Good morning. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for June 8th is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker suspending certain provisions thereof due to the public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on screen and you will remain muted until administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand raising icon. Click that icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connecting to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Let me just repeat that again for people who are on the phone. Press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. Just a reminder, there are a number of people here who are here as panelists because you are here to represent on a specific project. Please do not abuse that privilege. Know that this is a hearing and that the chair and the board members are here to conduct this hearing. Please do not interrupt. Please do not jump in. Before we start, let me do a roll call. Mr. Fortune?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Ehrlich?
Here.
Good morning, and thank you for chairing at the last meeting.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. Ruggiero?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning.
Mr. Legris?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Sorry, mute.
Good morning. Ms. Dong?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Hampton?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Let's begin. Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first order of business is the approval of the hearing minutes from April 27th, 2021, May 4th of 2021, and May 18th of 2021. We need a motion.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Please, a reminder to board members, if you are making the motion or if you're seconding, please let us know who you are. for the record. I know we recognize your voices by now, but just to be doubly sure. And more specifically, if you are voicing opposition to a project, again, please make sure we have your name in the record. I'm sorry, Mr. Fortune, go ahead.
Quite all right, Madam Chair. Calling the first two cases for extension, calling BOA 903-635-235 Layden Street. There's a companion case, BOA 903-636-237 Layden Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on June 14th, 2021. If we grant this, it'll be their first extension. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Laureen Scatino with the business address of 245 Sumner Street in East Boston. I'm here representing the owner of the property. The board voted to grant permission to subdivide the existing lot and erect a two-family residential dwelling back in 2019, and we're here seeking a one-year extension. COVID just set back some of the construction drawings and financing for this past year.
Thank you, Councilor. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 699-598-289 Walk Hill Street. Madam Chair, this would be their third extension if we do it today. It is due to expire on June 16th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. This is Secretary Attorney Joe Hanley, McDermott Quilton Miller, 28.
Mr. Hanley, I
Yes,
know
ma'am.
that this is an extension requested through COVID, but if this is the third extension, please note that, we'd like to see that moving into construction. May
Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
motion, please?
Motion to extend.
Is there a second?
For one
I'll
year?
second that.
For 1 year?
All those in favor?
Madam Chair, just on the motion, I didn't hear, is it 1
Correction,
year?
yeah, so clarification, motion to extend for 1 year, Lignis.
Thank you.
I'll
second,
Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 919-610-120 Dove Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on June 14th, of 2021. This would be their first if we grant it. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago Toscano with an address of 11 Beacon Street. Mr. Secretary, there is a companion extension. I don't know if you want to read it now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, didn't realize it was a companion. Sorry, for the record, case BOA 919-609-25 to 37 Frankfurt Street. Madam Chair, this is also due to expire on June 14th, would be their first extension. Sorry.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for a one-year extension.
Is there a
Second,
second?
Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 916-151-14 Snow Street. Madam Chair, this did expire on April 12th of 2021, and this would be their first request. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Board of Appeals. My name is Mike Fong at 204 Adams Street, Dorchester, Mass. 02122.
Thanks, Mr. Fung. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to
for
extend 1 year, Ligris.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 758-696-79 to 89 West Broadway. Madam Chair, this expired on May 11th. This would be their first extension. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Attorney Kevin Kerr with a business address of 587 East Broadway in South Boston, here
Okay.
representing the owner.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion for a one-year extension, Joe.
Is there a
Ligris,
second?
seconds.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the last case for extension, calling BOA 614-989-51 Humboldt Avenue. Madam Chair, this did expire back in April 2020. It would be their first extension. Name and address for the record, please. Is Humboldt on? Mr. Nadeau, Mr. Nadeo, Mr. Nadey,
Is it Naday?
looks like Eric.
Eric?
Nadey.
Oh, yeah, they're on. 1 second. Okay, Eric, you've been unmuted?
Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Eric Nadeau for 51 Humboldt Avenue.
I'm sorry, your name again? Eric Nadeau? Eric, can you
Yes,
tell
Eric.
us why it took you so long to be in here for an extension?
Yes, Madam Chair, I apologize for the delay. So my client had some issues with COVID and the engineers on the job. We were trying to get the plans in, and I understand the delay. It was an oversight not to happen again. I wanted to remind the board that this work was done in 1993. This is more so a procedural matter where I'm just trying to get the
It may
paperwork.
be a procedural matter, but you are here requesting an extension. And so we just want to make sure that should you require a second one or another extension, that you and the applicant understand that it's got to be done in a timely fashion, because if it's not, then it means that you have to begin the process again from scratch.
Understood.
Okay?
So very
So
much.
given that we have a COVID situation here, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for a one-year extension from today.
Is there a second?
Second, Sherry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone on the board, Mr. Ruggiero, Ms. Dong, and Madam Chair.
Calling the next case for G-Card only, calling BOA 106-9298, 149 Newbury Street. This is to erect a 5-story structure of approximately 47,000 square feet. Retail use on level 1 and 2 and office space on upper floors. The violation is Article 32, Section 4. This is in the G-Card applicability. Madam Chair, we do have the letter, just so you know. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dennis Quilty of McDermott, Quilty and Miller representing the applicants. With us this morning as well, if you have any questions, Whitney Robinette from L3, the ownership entity, Rick Latini from Howard Stein Hudson, and Regina Oliveri from Shawma Construction. This is a very exciting build out of the only vacant lot left probably in the entire back bay, certainly on Newbury Street at the corner of Dartmouth and Newbury, presently a surface parking lot. Proposal is as suggested.
Mr. Quilty, can you hold on for a minute? So this is purely a G-Card.
Yes,
May
ma'am.
I ask, get Christian on the record, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both the BWSC approval letter and the no harm certification from the engineer.
Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're
Thank
all
you.
set. You're all set, Mr. Quilty.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the 9:30 hearings for deferrals or withdrawals. If you could just give me the address, please, for deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30 only.
28 Hansborough, please, Mr. Secretary.
Got it, Ben. For the record, calling BOA 117-3962, 28 Hansborough Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Matt Eckel with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. We are seeking deferral this morning. We submitted updated plans, however, they were not re-reviewed in time. So we're seeking a short deferral so they can be reviewed by ISD.
Thank you.
Motion to defer.
Is there a
Livingston,
second?
Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
We do not have any short deferrals here, so we're into August 10th at 12:30.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30?
661 Tremont Street.
Yes. For the record, calling BOA 105-3181, 661 to 661A Tremont Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Christopher, the business address of 415 Neponset Ave with the project architects. We've redesigned the building and resubmitted to ISD. We have a couple of items that we're still working through. So we're requesting a deferral at this time to resolve that.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
You'll also have a date of August 10th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? Hearing none, I'll call the first case. Calling VOA, sorry, the first two cases. Calling case BOA 118248465 Gov Street. There is a companion case BOA 118248690 Bremen Street. This is for Gov. This is to modify a plan for parking to include ancillary parking on a portion of 90 Bremen. The violation is Article 10, Section 1, a limitation of area of accessory uses. Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 51, Section 8, use of ancillary parking is conditional. Article 53, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking design and maneuverability. This is for 90 Bremen. Ancillary parking for one vehicle for 65 Gov Street on a portion of 90 Bremen. The violation of Article 10, Section 1, a limitation of area accessory uses. Article 27T-5, the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking, design and maneuverability. Article 53, Section 8, ancillary parking is conditional. And Article 53, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and through to the members. Richard Lynch, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. With me on the call is David Lang, who is the property owner. Madam Chair, just by way of very brief background, this matter has been before the board.
May I just hold on for a minute, Mr. Lenz? Have you seen the BPDA recommendation?
I have, and I can explain, and I certainly
Okay,
a very good
excellent.
explanation. Yep, thank you.
Okay.
I can explain also when Mr. Lenz is done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So just, I think for context purposes, it's important if we can jump to the next slide. That'll show us where we're at. So the board had approved this project back some time ago. This was approved for a two-family dwelling, originally with 2 parking spaces. There was a process in which there was a petition of the board to reprogram the building to ensure that the lower unit would meet the minimum square foot requirements, which had been presented to the board. In connection with that application, there was the request to reduce the amount of parking down to 1 parking space as opposed to 2. Based upon that, the board had rendered a decision allowing for the change in the design, which increased some of the FAR, but required that the applicant maintain 2 parking spaces. Because it's a relatively narrow corner lot with not a lot of depth, it was very, very difficult to meet the board's requirements for 2 parking spaces without some creativity. Mr. Lang had spent a good deal of time looking at multiple alternatives. This project has also been through the BPDA design review process to consider what alternatives would work for making sure that we had 2 parking spaces. So with that, if we could just jump to the next slide, Madam Host. It's perfect. Okay, so this does show the layout. Mr. Lang also owns the property at 90 Bremen Street. That would be the building that would be located directly behind the building that has been approved for the 2-family. At 90 Bremen Street, there is an existing driveway. It leads to nowhere. There is no parking at 90 Bremen. That driveway was never closed up for whatever reason. From years ago, I think it was always used as off-street parking. The proposal here would be to eliminate that driveway, which would add 1 additional on-street parking space and create a side-by-side parking condition that would be an easement over 90 Bremen Street. My understanding is that the BPDA design review process for this explored this and said this is the best alternative for trying to address it. With the understanding, and I certainly have seen BTD's recommendation as well, that this creates a curb cut that is non-conforming with respect to typical residential parking arrangements. I would point out to the board that, again, we would be closing up an existing driveway and adding 1 on-street parking space, and essentially, this is a relocation of the driveway. With respect to the concern over the width of the driveway being at 24 feet, there are alternatives that I've seen accomplished, including making these 2 11-foot driveways or two 10.5-foot driveways, whatever the number looks like, so that we don't have one wide curb cut. But we think that that would address any of the specific concerns. If we can jump to the next slide as well, we've done a quick little analysis as well as like some of the alternatives that would work here. So in looking at the relationship of the parking to the Gove Street intersection, there is already a curb cut approved for the existing building at 2 stories, I mean, at 2 families. Our driveway that we would be adding would not be moving any closer to Gove Street. And again, as I mentioned, we'd be eliminating one curb cut and just moving it closer to Gove, but it doesn't create or impact any of the space between the allowed driveway and the one that is being proposed. So we would not be impacting any of the on-street parking as it relates to this proposal. We did look at multiple alternatives, Madam Chair, including trying to tandem the spaces over another lot, which Mr. Lang does control. That was not feasible. We even went so far, and not that we thought was feasible, but just to explore it, to include looking at a potential stacker option for this garage. And again, this is the requirement that the board set forth in ensuring that we had 2 parking spaces with the revised design. So I understand that this is a bit unique in the sense that it doesn't meet the specific requirements of BTD, but I think the purpose and intent of what we're trying to accomplish here certainly addresses a lot of the larger concerns of the neighbor, including closing up the driveway that's presently exists and leads to nowhere and is essentially occupying one on-street parking space.
So, a couple of questions. Will it be recorded at the Registry of Deeds? Should it be approved?
That is correct. So we would, for purposes of title, Madam Chair, good question, we would incorporate an easement, permanent easement on the property. So if 90 Bremen were ever sold, that would be subject to the easement so that the parking would always remain and be available for 65 Gove. So yes, that would be the procedure.
And just tell us again, how close is that parking space to the building at 90 Bremen?
There, if we jump back to the plan, I believe about 3.5 feet between the building and the parking space itself. So I do see the plan here. So there is sufficient room. The width of that is a little over 10 feet for the actual parking spot, which is wider than a full-size space. I think 8.5 represents a full-size space. So we do have actually a bit more width in order to accommodate some separation.
Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans depict the situation that Councilor has outlined.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Hampton, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This had gone through design review, and this is a result of it. But from a planning perspective, back in March of 2020, when this case was originally brought before the board for the 1 parking space, we actually supported the relief for the 1 parking space. So right now, our recommendation for today's hearing is to be consistent with what our original recommendation to the board was for approval with design review for the 1 space that also offered zoning relief for the off-street parking. So that's why you see denial without prejudice. And I understand when, talking with Councilor Lins, that this is the option that has gone through the design review process. But from a consistency and a planning point of view, we supported the variance for the off-street parking. And that's why you see the recommendation today of denial without prejudice, because we're still relying on that 1 recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you like me to put Mr. D'Amico's testimony in for the record,
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. This is from Bob D'Amico, BTD. In regards to 65 Gove Street and 90 Bremen, the curb cut exceeds 12 feet, which is the maximum allowed by BTD. Also, should 1 space be removed for this application, BTD cannot approve this condition since there is parking on the side street. So 1 curb cut for 1 space cannot be allowed due to it resulting in private parking space. Finally, proposed curb cut is too close to the location of Gove Street. Bremen Street is heavily traveled, which makes it very difficult and unsafe to back out.
Okay, so he was talking about one spot, but this is proposed two spots for this curb cut. Okay. Is anybody else here to speak either in support or in opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, we received 13 letters of support from abutters. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands at this moment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We do have letters of support as well.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve, I guess with continued design review, because it's a new building, but it's already gone through exclusive design review, but I'll do motion of support.
I will second the motion, provided that there is a recorded easement at the Suffolk County Registry of Deeds.
I accept that proviso.
That encumbers the other lot.
Who made the amendment to the proviso?
I'm sorry, Mr. Liggers.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe. Joe, it's Jeff.
Yes.
Do you want BRA and BTD review on this, or just us for design?
I think just you guys. I mean, the garage door, make sure it looks good.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
I did second with that proviso.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 118-3158, 99 Maverick Street. This is demolition and removal of an existing parking lot to combine two lots, 1,800 square feet, totaling 900 square feet, totaling 2,700 square feet, to erect a new 9-unit, 3.5-story multifamily building with basement intended for building operations. The violation is Article 27G, it's in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 57.2, conformity with an existing building alignment, the street model is not provided. Article 53, Section 9, the additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself from this.
And Mr. Ruggiero?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
For the record, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Sachem 9 Realty and MG2 Group. With me, I believe, is Chris Johns, project architect, as well as San Bonito, who's the design and development manager for MG2. Madam Chair, this property is located just outside of Maverick Square in East Boston. It is a vacant lot that has been used historically for off-street parking, but not necessarily for what I would say is open air or licensed parking. Our proposal is for an infill development for 9 units with a total of 4 stories in height. We are proposing no parking with respect to this project, and again, part of the reason being its close proximity to the entrance to Maverick T Station. I believe we do have some of the elevations, we can call those up on the screen, and while we're doing that, let me just run briefly through the unit sizes. Madam Chair, this is a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. The unit sizes range from about 500 square feet up to about 1,100 square feet in total. As you can see here, the design of this project is intended to complement the surrounding area and to take into consideration some of the details and design that we do have already existing in Maverick Square. With respect to the zoning relief that is necessary, this is located in a 3F 2000 district. Because we are proposing a multifamily use, multifamily not being permitted in 3F, a variance would be necessary for that. We do meet the minimum lot size once we combine the lots at 2,700 square feet. However, the additional lot area for each proposed dwelling unit would be insufficient, and therefore relief would be necessary. Our proposed floor-to-area ratio is at 3.48, which is above the maximum of the 1.0, but I think as the board can see, the area from the aerial shot that we showed earlier is a relatively dense, pretty filled out portion of the neighborhood, and again, located very close to Maverick Square. The height of our building would be 43 feet to the top. We're not proposing any roof decks on the upper level. It's strictly limited to mechanicals, and you see the mechanical screening being proposed. We do show rear decks off of the back of the building. So 43 feet would be 8 feet taller than what the height limit is permitted in the 3F2000 district, and therefore relief would be necessary for that. We are proposing a rear yard of about, total setback is about 10 feet, but 5 feet when you consider the balconies. This would have a shallow lot condition. However, we are proposing to combine the lots, and as a result, would be subject to the actual setback requirement in the 3F2000 district. But I just want to point out, for purposes and intent of the code, 10 feet is permitted on shallow lots in the 3F2000 district. We do show our side yards at 0, even though 2.5 is required. And as we saw from the street photo, each building located to the left and the right of this site do not contain any openings or windows, and therefore no building code violation would be created on those adjoining properties if we were to do a 0 setback. With respect to parking, we do require a total of 15.75 spaces, 16 spaces rounded up. We are proposing none, and again, this being located within walking distance of the MBTA's Blue Line Maverick T station. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if Mr. Johns is available, if there's any specific architectural questions as well.
So can you talk to me a little bit about those rear decks? Because it appears that, you know, and talk about the impact it will have on the rear abutters. Do they have enough rear yard so that it doesn't feel overwhelming to them?
So we are looking at the bird's eye view here, and is Mr. Johns available? I know I try to get him elevated to panelist. So Chris, I don't know if you're available. If you could unmute yourself.
One second, Chris. Okay, Chris, you've been unmuted?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Actually, there's a parking lot in the rear of surrounded by the buildings just beyond the tree on the left. There's a small yard that I believe the two properties on either the lower right and the upper left share. And then there's an existing paved kind of path that interconnects all the properties in the rear that it seems everyone uses in this area. So there are balconies that are existing on, I think, just about every structure surrounding this property. So it's basically you know, providing a similar condition to the surrounding properties, and it does not block any views or use of any of the other decks or stairs.
And I'm sorry, I need clarification. Is that a parking lot? In other words, I do want to know, should the owner of any additional lot decide to develop, what will be the impact on the rear yards of this project?
Yeah, I think scrolling up to the aerial image would be helpful. Does the street, try the street view? Yeah. So you can see in the drawing here, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The parking lot goes all the way to the rear and then beyond is a passageway, a paved path that kind of separates the yard of the two properties sort of overlapping 99-105. There's a passageway there, and it actually is indicated in the zoning, the GIS information that we scrolled past momentarily. You can see that there's an existing passage there that remains as a buffer with all those properties. That
Okay,
would
can you, okay, excellent, hold on for a minute. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. I would like, if the counselor can confirm, I think he might have misspoke, but I want to double check. So the building itself in the rear is set back 5 feet from the property line. However, the decks then extend back to the property line. So there's not a 10-foot setback. There's a 0 foot setback if you account for the edge of the deck. Is that correct?
That's correct. I may have gotten ahead of myself, Mr. Robinson. I was indicating that the setback itself, the permitted setback typically under the code for a shallow lot is 10 feet. As the plan shows, correct. We do have decks that extend back, correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, can you hear me? Secretary here.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to give you a little bit of an update here. We lost our video. I still have communication, but you can't see me right now for some reason.
Okay.
Which is probably a good thing sometimes.
I think that's our loss, but thank you for the update.
I just wanted to, Mr. D'Amico spoke on this one. He just basically said 99 Maverick is okay.
Okay,
From the park.
thank you. Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on March 10 where they were not concerns, and this proposal received strong support from Maverick Central Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cap.
Sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would like to leave this proposal at the discretion of the board.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We do have a couple of letters of opposition.
And Madam Chair, I have no raised hands at this moment.
Okay, may I have a motion, please? Karen, did you want to say something? Miss Ambassador, Karen from Councilor Salvi George is having a hard time logging in.
Okay. Let me, she was on earlier. Okay, yeah, Karen's on. Karen, can you hear us? It's not allowing me to mute her for some reason, so she may be having connectivity issues.
Okay, Karen, you send us a note through chat and we'll log that in. In the meantime, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review, Ligris.
Is there a second? Is there no second?
I'll second that motion. I'll second the motion.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed. It's, Mark, I think it's too dense, height and lot coverage.
Anybody else opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you. Calling the next case, calling BOA 116-5435-917 Bennington Street. This is to include a new retail space at grade and trash storage. The violations, Article 25, Section 5, Flood Hazard District, Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod, and Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading requirement. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Attorney John Barry from the law offices of John D. Barry, located at 400 Granite Ave, Middleton, Massachusetts, 02186. With me today on this project is Mr. James Christopher, the principal manager of RCA LLC, that's located at 1154, 1156 Dorchester Ave. What we have here, Madam Chair, members of the board, is this particular project came before this board. The project was then sold to the current owners. And when the owners came to Mr. Christopher and myself, we took a look at what was currently proposed and allowed. And in kind of addressing that, it seemed that it would be more viable and it would make the street a little bit more active by including 2 retail spaces. And that is what the proposal is before the board today. At grade on either side of the main entrance would reduce 10 parking spaces and add 2 commercial retail spaces right at grade that would each be, one would be 828 square feet and the other would be 679 square feet. We understand that it does create a violation as far as the parking is concerned. We did conduct an abutters meeting on
So
April 13th.
before we proceed any further, how many residential units are in this building?
There is 41.
So there were 41 residential units, and for those 41 residential units, did the approval require parking relief?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if it did not require parking relief, how many spaces would you need to provide?
I don't have that, the zoning chart in front of me, Madam Chair. The previous approval was for 41 parking spaces at grade. The proposal before you today is to, 10 of which were tandem. So 5 on the left side of the main entrance and 5 on the right side were tandem parking spaces.
So what I want to understand is that, in fact, the project came in before for relief on parking. So even with the 45 spaces, you're short on parking, and then the proposal is to reduce it to 31 spaces, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is a neighborhood shopping sub-district, and so there's no concurrent decrease in the number of dwelling units. It's still proposed as 41 residential units.
That's correct.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. That was a quick, so I just wanted to clarify. So in the place of the retail 1 and 2, those were actual tandem spaces?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. The plans are fine. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Bob D'Amico has spoken on this one. I guess it's more for clarification. But he says the plans for 917 Bennington Street list the number of parking spaces at 41.
At 41?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So 41.
That says, Mr. Robinson? 41 parking spaces.
That's correct, Mr. Ehrlich, and the reduction would be to 31 units, 31 parking spaces.
That's correct.
That was the Secretary.
Thank you.
The plans have been changed, but the number in the listing has not been, but they show 31. Thanks.
So, but I just want to make sure that that what's clear for the record is what was approved when this was at this board before. Is 41 spaces or 45 spaces?
Madam Chair, I think I can clarify that because there is a note on here on the refusal letter. It said parking is insufficient. ZBA relief already given for 45 spaces. This will lower it to 31 spaces.
Okay. Okay, so we know what our math is. Okay, any other questions from the board?
Any idea of what type of retail, or just gonna go to market with it?
Go to market with it, Joe. The owners that have looked at a couple of options, dry cleaners or, professional office, coffee shop, something along those lines.
Yeah, no,
And so that would mean that the retail space would be coming in without any parking then?
Yes.
That's correct.
And that is even for staff who work there. Okay, let's see. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on April 13th where there were no concerns from the abutters, and the community prefers to have more retail rather than parking spaces since this is a commercial area. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Madam Chair, I have no hands raised, but Karen did log out and log back in. Karen, I'm not sure. Can you hear us? Hi, Karen? I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I will go on record in opposition because I just think that this is going to create additional parking issues in this community. But motion carries.
Following the next case, Con BOA 118-2385, 223 Saratoga Street. This is implement minor interior changes to the previous approved floor plans, enclose the proposed deck to create additional bedroom, and relocate aforementioned deck on the opposite side of the building. The violation Article 9, Section 2, non-conforming use change. Article 53, Section 9, number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 9, the allowed height has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago Toscano with an address of 11.
Mr. Drago, you're breaking up.
Sorry, can you hear me, Madam Chair? Any better?
Yes, yes.
Again, representing Brian Chang, and we have Scott Trenair from Chu as the architect. The proposal, we're seeking to amend the previously approved plan, which was a 7-unit building. It was approved as a condo building by this board, and the changes include minor alterations to the 4th floor unit, which would make it more efficient, so it would give a little bit more living room space. It would create one additional bedroom, which would make that top floor a family unit at 1,628 square feet. So total increased square footage would just go to the top floor at 370 square feet. And we were proposing to swap the deck, a 261 square foot deck, to the opposite side. Those are the only changes that the project would be modified with. The project was sold, and if we looked at the functionality, the new owner wanted to just make it more functional and make a family unit on the top. These are still the proposed.
Okay, and there's no roof deck proposed.
No roof deck, Madam Chair, just a walkout deck.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions? Thank you. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go in support of this proposal. During the community process, the applicant worked close with the abutters and addressed their concerns. We also received 2 letters of support from the direct abutters on the left and right of this building. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sadi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam
Chair, Secretary, here we have a couple of letters of support.
And Madam Chair, I have no raised hands at the moment.
Okay. So given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 117-6038, 499 Main Street. This is to install a wooden apiary or a beehive. The violation is Article 89, Section 89-10, insufficient front yard setback, urban agriculture. Article 89, Article 89.10, insufficient setback from the public way. This is urban agriculture. And Article 89, Section 4, urban farm, ground level use is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Oliver. I'm a volunteer board member at the Gardens for Charlestown, located at 499 Main Street in Charlestown. I'm joined by our organization's president, Chris, the leader of our educational programming, Amy, and our experienced volunteer beekeeper, Dan. We are all available to answer any questions.
So, Mr. Robinson, with your extensive experience in beehive review, how do the plans look?
The plans look amazing.
Okay. What is the square foot dimension of that apiary?
So the dimensions are about 20 inches long, 16 inches wide, and a little less than 4 feet high.
Okay. And you have an experienced beekeeper on site or in proximity?
We do indeed. We have Dan Ellis, who has kept bees for many years, including at a community garden in Hull, Massachusetts before this.
Excellent. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, are those loose bees in the drawings going to stay loose?
No, they will be staying safe and sound and snug in their beehive.
Excellent. And is the honey anticipated for sale, or is it for use by gardeners?
So we don't anticipate any commercial use. So it would be used by gardeners or used by the hive.
Okay. Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Members of the board, this is John Romano from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This proposal went through an extensive community process, and at this time we'd like to be able to speak in support of the project.
So it also required extensive community process. Oh, wow, okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would love to go in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, here we have a few letters of support.
And Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve, and I don't think BPDA needs a sign review.
Okay, excellent.
What? Oh, I just...
Come on.
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I think that's the best case I've had since I've been on this board.
Yeah, it just gets better, yeah.
Calling next case, calling BOA 115-1928, 194 to 200 Shawmut Avenue. This is to continue the use of premises as public parking lot for a fee capacity of 89 vehicles beyond the existing permit, which expired July 1st, 2021. The violation is Article 6, 0.3A, additional conditions in a restricted parking district. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, this is Attorney David Gottlieb. My address is 309 Washington Street in Brighton. And I'm here today before the board to seek a 3-year extension of our use of premises permit until July 1, 2024. My client has recently performed extensive work at the premises. We installed in the past several months 2 new granite curbing at planting bed 1 and planting bed 2. I sent the board a letter that was supposed to be entered onto the actual PowerPoint that you're looking at now that shows photos of the planting beds at the premises. In order to obtain the short form building permits for those 2 granite curbs that were installed there, we had to go to the South End Landmark District Commission. We received anonymous approval at the South End Landmark District Commission. in February of 2021. We then went to the Inspectional Services Department and obtained a short form permit, and the contractor installed the granite curbing in spring of 2021. The contractor has also recently went out to the site and performed extensive landscaping work. You can see from the photographs that the contractor has installed all the plantings necessary at the planting beds and also replaced and installed all the plantings that did not make it through the winter. So we're here seeking a 3-year extension to the use of premises permit, and I'm happy to take any questions from the Board of Appeal. And the architect, Timothy Burke, who prepared the plans, is also here at the meeting if you have any questions. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Okay, the question, I mean, I think it's smart of you to have the applicant update everything right before you come to the board. But, you know, what happens in the meantime when it falls into disrepair? Because I do think that it's incumbent on the applicant to make sure that this is consistently maintained. Because I'm looking at an older photo and I see trucks with the bumpers over the planting bed, and the planting bed's basically empty.
Correct. So remember, Madam Chair, we're under a continuing duty to keep these planting beds in good repair, and we do so every, both in the fall and the spring. During the winter months, of course, the planting beds are not going to be, the plantings will die. However, at least twice a year, we go out there, we replace the planting beds and keep the planting beds in good order. So we're doing that at least twice a year annually. We would appreciate a 3-year extension as we continue to improve upon the parking lot with additional plantings, new installations of curbing as planting beds, and also I've included a photo of a dumpster enclosure there due to concerns several years ago regarding trash at the premises. So we've really done work well beyond of what the zoning board asked of us, and as such, the Landmark Commission has approved us now several times over the past several years for work and improvements we've done at the parking lot. So we really...
Let me just ask you, who is Telephone Associates?
Telephone Associates is actually the owner of the premises. We are the tenant, Madam Chair. So just to make clear, we are doing all these substantial improvements as the tenant to really try to...
I understand, but is the Drucker company then Telephone Associates?
Yes, that is a Drucker company entity, correct, Madam Chair. And they are the owners of the property. They, of course, provide the approval for us to go before the Landmark Commission, before you, to seek this approval. But as the tenant, in the past several years, we've invested a significant amount of time and resources into the premises, and we're seeking 3 years.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. They show what we've been talking about. The one thing I was wondering a little bit, I was surprised to see that the signage hasn't been updated, and you can see it in some of these photos. I think there has been some work here, but I guess I would like to understand why hasn't the signage been updated as well.
So remember, Mr. Robinson, the signage is put up for the requirements of the Boston Transportation Department. Signage involves putting the signs where people enter the lot off of East Berkeley Street. So the signage there is what's required by the Boston Transportation Department. If you look at photos of the lot, you're going to see that on both sides of the lot, there is signage there. One sign may be newer than the other sign, but the signage there is what's required by the BTD.
Well, is it?
That's not, I mean, that signage isn't, that signage isn't required. That particular signage isn't required by the.
Correct,
DOT.
but as I,
There's a fact for
Listen,
that.
yeah,
That's
okay,
not
let's
like
let's
that.
just move on. Is any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Hi, yes. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Kim Priestley with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. An abutters meeting was held on April 8th, 2021, where no opposition was shown by abutters. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have two people who are looking to speak who have sent me messages in the chat. Can I call on them?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Hi, Jan, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please? Hi, Jan? She may be having connectivity issues. I'll call on Adam. Hi, Adam, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Thank you. My name is Adam Grolowski-Shep. My address is 77 East Berkeley Street, directly across from the subject property, overlooking it from the windows of that brick building, not the one that's next to it, but across the street. And I just wanted to talk, and I don't know, I guess this is a question specifically for Mr. Drucker. The lot has, you have a drawing of where the parking spaces are and where people will park on your map, on your plans. And continually, your staff is not using them, I guess I would say. That is, they're filling the lot to capacity. That is to having cars park in the driveways and the roadway and blocking people in. And I just wanted to ask specifically, to request that, you respect the parking spaces that you've provided to the board for where cars will be parked.
So Adam, are you suggesting that in fact, if they have a capacity for 89 spaces, that they exceed the capacity?
Yes, that's correct. They basically just fill the lot until, there can't be any more cars on the entire lot versus just the spaces that they provided to the board.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
I'm going to try to go back to Jeannie. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Jeannie. I'll go back to Jan, and then there's also someone else who, Jan, you've been unmuted. Can you hear us? Are you still having issues? Okay, and there's another person, Jeannie.
Is the lot fully paved?
No, the lot, some of the lot is paved where the entrances are, and the other parts of the lot are gravel, sir.
Okay, so the lot's not lined the way the drawing.
No, it is because the thing is there's numbering on the fences where people park. But it's a gravel lot, sir.
And Jeannie, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Jeannie Garlovsky-Shep. I live at 77 East Berkeley Street, across from the parking lot. So my concern is that there still seems to be some drug activity in the parking lot in the evenings. And so I'd like to hear a little bit about how the applicant is planning to address that ongoing concern that's been, happening very regularly over the last many years.
Okay. May I thank you for your comments. Anybody else to put their comments and either support or opposition into the record?
Madam Chair, I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, and did we hear from elected officials? No, okay. So it's, go ahead. Okay, so it sounds, Mr. Gottlieb, that you have some work to do and that the Stanhope has some work to do on making sure that that property is adequately patrolled to decrease any activities, illegal and illicit activities on the site, and that in fact, if the capacity of that lot is for 89 spaces, that is respected. Also, I know that this lot had been an issue in the past, and I do think that it would really benefit from design reviews so that in fact there are more plantings in there that are evergreen, that in fact are visible for a longer season of the year. Mr. Ehrlich, can you help me? Do we usually go for 2 or 3 years on these parking lots?
Well, we've done both, but I would think that maybe we should do 2, given the number of issues that you've just raised.
If I could, Madam Chair, it's Jeff Hampton, if I can make a recommendation, I'd like to agree with Mr. Ehrlich and recommend 2 years on this particular lot, but also with significant screening and buffering and new signage.
Excellent. Let's do a comprehensive view. So may I have a motion to that effect?
Well, make a motion to approve for a 2-year term with BPDA design review with a particular attention to screening and buffering and clarity in terms of the number of spaces.
And signage?
And signage, yes.
Yeah, I'll second that, Jeff. If you can just make sure that the signage should have the capacity, the permit number, the price of the parking, it should have all of that on there so they know the capacity at all times.
They actually, this is actually Attorney David Gottlieb. I know I've not had a chance to speak these past several minutes, but there is actually a sign that.
Sorry, Mr. Gottlieb, I did ask that all attorneys respect that this is the board having their discussion.
Yeah, Joe, I'll make sure that, the permit, the capacity is on there. But I mean, just looking at the pictures during the hearing, those signs need to be updated. I mean, it looks like somebody's put hockey tape on it and, just wrote a number.
Comprehensive view. So there's a motion with a bunch of concerns there. Is there a second?
That was my second, yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I just quickly add? I'm sorry, if anyone there's a lot of private messages coming in. If anyone is on the call and they want to speak, if they can just raise their hand. I put the instructions in the chat for people who may not have come on during the pre-check, and sorry, thank you.
Okay, just a reminder, and that's a good point, Ms. Ambassador. If you want your concerns logged and recognized, please put them in the chat to everybody. Not just to Miss Ambassador, okay?
Calling the next case, calling BOA 112-6355, 345 to 347 Hanover Street. This is to change and legalize the occupancy of the first floor retail space into a retail office. No work to be done. The violation is Article 54, Section 12. The real estate office on the first floor is a conditional use in the Hanover CC subdistrict. Name and address for the record, please. You can come back to that one. Is Mr. Shirley on? Keith Shirley?
Keith Shirley?
Yeah.
Do not see that name on.
Or anybody from Hanover Street?
How many messages
Okay.
out there? Yeah.
I'll go back to that one. Calling the next case, calling BOA 118-0520, 88 Wales Street. This is to build a 4-story, 4-unit building. The violation is Article 60, Section 8. 4-unit building use is forbidden. Article 60, Section 37, off-street parking design. Article 60, Section 38, conformity with existing front building alignment on the block. Article 60, Section 9, additional lot area is for additional units. Article 60, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 60, Section 9, the height is excessive in stories. Article 60, Section 9, the height requirement is excessive in feet. And Article 60, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. Business address of 51 Dobson Road, Braintree, Mass. Madam Chair, we're here today seeking relief to erect a 4-unit building with 4 parking spaces. Zoning sub-district is a 3F 5,000, and our lot size is 6,544 square feet. Madam Chair, each unit is approximately 1,560 square feet. The zoning violations are as follows. FAR, the required FAR was 0.8. We are proposing 0.95. Building height, the requirement is 3 stories at 35 feet. We are proposing 4 stories at 3910. With regard to the off-street parking, again, we are proposing 4 parking spaces for the project. The building alignment, 15 feet for the front yard setback, and we have 15 feet to the porch and 17 feet to the building itself. We'll open it up now, and we'll take any questions.
So Counselor, so is this modal front yard that you're meeting?
That's correct.
And so let me ask you, you're proposing 4 parking spaces, how many is required?
I have 3.5.
I'm sorry?
5. We're proposing 4.
Okay.
The rear.
And can we just see the layout, please, of the parking?
If
How are the?
you can go back up to the site plan. Go up, yep, a little bit more. There. There's 2 on the side and 2 in the rear of the property.
Two on the side, so it's not, so is that an existing curb cut that you're proposing there on the side?
Yes, it's an existing curb cut.
Okay, and so it's an odd-shaped lot.
It is very odd.
Okay, and so this is a 3F 5,000 district. You're proposing 4 units, and this is 6,544. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I was a little bit worried about the 4th floor. However, there is some grade rising on the left-hand property. So I think as it sort of tucks in, it should be okay on the backside.
And there's no occupancy in the basement, is there?
Correct, there is none.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Mr. D'Amico has spoken this, I'd like to put his testimony.
Yes, please.
Testimony for the record. Just in regards to 88 Whale Street, remove parking spaces in the rear. Also, the curb cut does not align with the driveway.
Okay. Yes, so he proposing the rear, is that
Remove the
because?
parking, he said remove the parking spaces in the rear.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal or in opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Dante Peebles from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record at this time in support of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, we have 1 letter of support.
Did the BPDA have a recommendation, Mr. Hampton?
No, Madam Chair, we didn't get a refusal letter from ISD, so we didn't know what the violations were.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Have a good day.
You too.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 116-6626, 40 Clifford Street. This is erect a single-family home on a vacant lot. The violations, Article 69, Section 9. The lot width is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the lot frontage is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, good morning, members of the board, Madam Chair, Attorney John Pulgini on behalf of the applicant, Anthony Dowling. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sure. 40 Clifford Street's in Hyde Park. As the secretary stated, this is a proposal to build a single-family home. The zoning sub-district is one family, 6,000. This lot size is 6,000. There are two violations. Lot width, code requires 60 feet. We are proposed 50 feet. Lot frontage, which makes sense, it's a rectangular lot, 60 feet. We are at 50 feet. We're complying and everything else. The home that will be built is a 21,067 square foot. There's unfinished basement. It's 3 beds, 2.5 baths. It's currently a vacant parcel. This applicant is getting married and is buying this property off of his grandmother. We went through a community process, which Joe Coppinger from the mayor's office could speak of. We had full support.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Bulgini, where is parking proposed?
So the parking is in the rear of the building, Madam Chair. Went back, there was no violation for parking. The parking goes up the rear of the building and parks behind, there's a deck. We noticed that last night, that we have the site plan, I think with the cyber world of getting back and forth, the plans reviewer reviewed it, but the plans are submitted, doesn't have that, but I will, if you want to hold signatures, I can get that plan in there that shows the parking where there is no violation.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Would like to go on record in support of this proposal. We facilitated the community process. The applicants have received nothing but support from the neighborhood as they'd like to see the construction of a new single-family home. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have 2 hands raised. Second. Hi, Jordan, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Hi, yes, this is Jordan Frias from Councilor Arroyo's office. Just raising my hand to speak in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Anthony Dowling, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name?
Good morning.
There's an echo on your side.
Yeah. Okay, good morning. I'm hoping that the board will see fit to put this motion through, as Anthony Dowling, who will be doing the building, will be a 5th-generation resident of Reedville. Thank you.
So, Anthony Dowling, are you the applicant?
No, I'm the father of the applicant, and I am a butter.
And your address for the record?
My address is 36 Clifford Street, Reedville.
Excellent. Any other?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Also have a Matthew looking to speak. Matthew, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
No, I'm sorry. I'm for the next. It's Matt Kiefer. I'm for the next matter.
For the next project. Okay, can you just lower your hand until then? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I have no additional hands raised.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve a design review.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 117-6005, 717-1719 Hyde Park Avenue. This is erecting new multifamily dwelling, 273 units, and restaurant on ground floor with underground parking. The violations, Article 69, Section 14, multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 69, Section 15, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 69, Section 15, the floor area ratio is excessive. And Article 69, Section 15, the building height is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Matt Kiefer. I'm an attorney at Goulston and Stores, and my address is 7 Serena Road in Jamaica Plain. Thank you for your time this morning. I'd like to present a project, this project in Hyde Park that represents the conversion of a long vacant industrial site in a local industrial district to multifamily housing with some significant public benefits. And I'm going to try to be succinct. I know you have a full agenda. I just want to mention that there are several members of the team available to answer questions, including Jan Steenbrugge and Paul Suffley from Ed Meliora, which owns the project site. It's a slightly less than a 3-acre site. Mike Doherty from the architectural team, the project architects, Mitch Fishman from MLF Consulting, Dan Conley from Mintz, and my colleague David Linhart, all of who've been involved in the project. Just to run through the slides briefly, this is 273 units in 2 buildings linked by a parking garage. If you could scroll to the next slide. And that, it's 151 condo units and 122 rental units with ground floor retail space. Jessica, there was a set of renderings that we sent you. I wonder if you could go to those. They're tell the story a little better than these. Do you have the was a group of about 6 slides that we sent on yesterday morning? When you look for those, yeah, if you could keep going. This is this was not the denial set that you have now. This was a set of images that sort of tell the story a little more succinctly.
Were they sent to Stephanie Hayes as well, or just because I don't upload the plans? But do you know if they were sent to Stephanie to the
They were. This is Eric. I received the other package.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can. Those, but I'll just.
Yes, please walk through it for us, Councillor.
Yes, I'm happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the site is literally right next to Reedville Station. The rear of the site touches the platform of Reedville Station, MBTA commuter rail station. It's also on 2 bus routes. So this is a very transit-oriented development that is pitched really for moderate income and has extra affordability, partly because of the advocacy of Councilor Arroyo, who I believe will be speaking. We've gone through this process. This culminates about a 3-year process with BPDA LARC project review and Boston Civic Design Commission review, leading to BPDA board approval. There have been a number of design changes. I won't walk you through all of them, but what you're seeing represents the evolution of the design through that process. That includes some massing changes, some setback changes, and in particular, a larger open space on the middle of the site that you can see between those 2 buildings. That's a publicly accessible open space.
So, Councillor, can you walk us through? Tell us what the bedroom count and the average square footage is. Tell us about the commercial space, where it's located. Tell us about the parking. And of course, tell us about the open space. I'm assuming there are no roof decks, but that might be a false assumption on my part.
Yeah, so let me take those in order. So the bedroom count and size, it's a little complicated. It's a little different in the 2 buildings, but for the ownership building, which is to the right of the screen, building B, there are 11 studios, 75 1-beds, 59 2-beds, and 6 3-bedrooms. So it's weighted toward 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom where there's the most market demand, but a handful of studios and 3 beds. They're all above the compact unit size. The smallest studio is 470. As you know, the compact unit threshold is 450. The studios are 470 to 550. The 1-beds, the threshold for compact units is 600 square feet. Our smallest 1-bed is 700 square feet. The 2-beds also ranging from 865 square feet to 1,400, and the 3-beds 1,400 and up. So decent sized units. The rental units are similar really in size and configuration, all above the minimum unit sizes, 8 studios, 51 beds, 58 2 beds, and 6 3 beds. So similarly, sort of weighted to the 1 beds and 2 beds where there's the strongest demand, with some studios and 3 beds on either side. Any more questions on the unit mix before I go to? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Madam Chair.
So the rentals are 8 studios, 51 1-beds, 58.
50 1 beds.
Sorry?
50.
Okay. 2 beds?
58 2 beds.
Okay.
And 6 3 beds.
Thank you. That's
Yes.
good. Thank you.
And maybe if I could take it out of order, Madam Chair, we have done extra affordability. So we've gone from 13% to 15% on site. So the IDP requirement is satisfied entirely on site on both buildings. The homeownership units are split between 80% of AMI and 100% of AMI, and the rental units are at 70% of AMI. A total of 23 ownership units and 18 rental units. So 41 on-site affordable units.
Thank you.
Yep. So, and then you asked about the commercial space. It is, we have to go up a floor to see it, but it is where it's above that fitness amenity space. I don't know if we can scroll. Jessica, were you able to find the slides we sent yesterday by chance?
No, these are the ones we will need to proceed with, Counselor.
Well, I realize this is the denial set. It's just that we had a set of slides that sort of told the story more clearly about where space was. And the space, the community space, there is a community space in the building, accessed off the, there's an auto court and open space between the 2 buildings. And there's also a retail space. We're hoping for a restaurant or cafe on that retail space in the base of the condo building. Don't have a tenant lined up yet, but are interested in sort of active retail use there. And your other question is about the open space. I might ask Mike Doherty for the size of the open space. It's depicted on a drawing that we're not seeing here. Mike, is it possible for you to log in and describe that open space that between the 2 buildings that's publicly accessible?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sure. Is it possible to scroll 2 images down? There we go.
There you go. That's the one.
That's the one we were looking for. So we have a rendered site plan that we sent, but apparently it's not available. But this shows the public open space pocket park along Hyde Park Avenue, which is about 4,400 square feet. And that's in addition to the drop-off and arrival area for the 2 residential buildings. There'll be repurposed elements of the existing WPA wall on site that will be used as a feature in this new public plaza to help define it. And portions of the wall that are in good condition will remain and be preserved along the Milton Street bridge, the Father Hart Bridge. As Matt was mentioning, if you look on the sort of lower right, you see a proposed restaurant and retail space.
Yeah, there, I think we just saw the first image, Mike. Yeah, if you can scroll, so that shows the industrial zone that we're in. There you go.
There we go.
That may be a better way to explain it, and then you get, there you, yeah.
Yeah, so just briefly, this is a rendered site plan. You can see the public arrival space, which is at the upper level of grade as grade slopes around the project. The courtyard for the residents is at the middle level, and the parking is at the lowest level, and the parking is completely concealed from the public way because it's basically buried from the public way. But,
And Mike, to answer the chair's question about the amount of parking, it's 200 spaces with the ability to go to 300 spaces with stackers. So extra height in the garage, enabling you to go to 200 is, parking demand is sort of fluid these days and diminishing, but if the demand warrants it, the 300 spaces would be obviously above 1 space per unit, 300 spaces potentially for 273 units. And Mike, do you want to mention, we're also doing some streetscape improvements along Hyde Park Ave. They're sort of depicted there, including sidewalk extensions, bus lane, loading off-site, et cetera.
Yes, we're extending a sidewalk down Hyde Park Avenue to benefit all the abutters as well as neighbors. We have designed, Copley Wolf, our landscape architect, has designed street trees, planters, and sidewalk in consideration of the city's Complete Streets program. We've left a buffered zone along the Father Hart Bridge and set the project further back from the bridge and reduce the scale of it in response to the IAG members' comments and concerns. And we moved loading fully off-street and indoors. You see it on the right near the parking access ramp. And we did this in concert with the Boston Traffic Department.
Yeah, and I want to mention, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yes, this is exactly what I was going to ask for, was for a rendering so we could see how this works. Okay, can you hold on for a minute? How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look great. I just have one question, just interested. It appears you actually have a direct connection to the MBTA platform through your garage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, it touches it, yeah. Whether we can provide direct access, we've been working with the T in hopes that there may be a way to provide direct access to the station from the site.
Got it. Okay. No questions about the plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Can I mention one other thing, Madam Chair, is that we also are making a $100,000 contribution to DCR for off-site open space improvements as part of our public benefit package. I want to make sure to mention that as well.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition to this proposal?
Madam Chair, if I could, where are the WPA murals on the rendering? Are they shown anywhere?
I think we just saw.
Actually, yeah, there are WPA walls, Mark, that would be incorporated into the landscape design.
Yeah, no, you said that, and I saw the individual images. I'm just wondering where on the building they are.
Yeah. Can you, there you go. Oh, yeah, there's that other image too, but yeah.
If you go up a slide, there we go.
Yeah,
so, wait, you ran past it. Sorry. There we go. If you could, on the upper left, there's a site plan enlargement of the Pocket Park. The gray thick line that sort of defines the park and is split where the access drives occur. But that gray line is a repurposed stone from the WPA wall, which will also incorporate at the far edge, at the upper edge, where it overlooks the private courtyard. So, so where the wall's in tough shape, we basically repurpose it to work with the Complete Streets program and with the proposed Pocket Park.
Nice, very good, thank you.
Yes, and could I correct one thing? I switched the condo and rental buildings. I just want to be clear that Building A on that plan is the ownership building.
Okay. Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Danielle Fonseca with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. We believe this project has the power to positively impact the community in many ways, from affordable housing, transit accessibility, ground floor retail, community meeting space, ample parking on the ground floor, as well as more green space that will be open to the public. One of the things that our office appreciates is that the applicants did adjust the increased income restriction unit percentage from 13 to 15%. It is very important that we increase affordable housing in the community. In addition, of the 273 family dwelling units being proposed, 151 will be condominium units, allowing residents to have that option to own, which will build equity in the community. The buildings also have a nice design that we believe, once constructed, can greatly enhance what is an underutilized and not very attractive industrial site in Hyde Park. In regards to parking, this has been a continued concern for residents across Hyde Park in general, but this project specifically offers 200 off-street parking spaces with that capacity to increase that up to 300 spaces, in addition to that parking that can be utilized for the commercial restaurant. At this time, our office has no further questions or concerns, and we look forward to seeing this project moving forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jordan Frias here from Councilor Arroyo's office. The councilor said the project has his full support. I have a statement to read for him on his behalf, saying that the board.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the offer.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead. Anybody else to speak in support or in opposition?
Hi, Lance, you can unmute yourself. Second Lance from the BPDA. Oh.
Lance Campbell from the PDA and members of the board, how are you? Good to hear your voices. I just wanted to let you know that the committee process was robust. This is a project that doesn't have any direct abutters. It's across the street from a commuter rail station that gets you into the city and out of the city. There's some wonderful community benefits associated with this, and
thank you. Can I hear from any community residents to speak either in support or in opposition?
Okay. Hi, Margaret, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, the woman that helped me stay.
Hi, Margaret.
Well, you can send Jessica.
Hi, Margaret. We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but Jessica.
Okay. Gary Walker, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. Gary Walker, Electricians and Technicians, Local 103, I'd like to speak in support of this project. Thank you.
Good to hear you again, Gary.
Okay, Anthony Dowling, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning, board members. My name is Anthony Dowling, 36 Clifford Street, Reedville, Massachusetts. Lifelong resident of Reedville, and very supportive of this project that is going to be repurposing a derelict area of my community. And I think it's going to have a very positive impact. Thank you.
Okay, and caller 617-364, you've been unmuted. Can you hear us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig Martin, Reedville as well, and a active member in the Reedville Watch, which was, I will say, it was easy to say that the majority of residents were greatly concerned about this proposal. But that being said, it was advertised as a multi-use project, i.e. retail and residential. Can we request a proviso be placed on this proposal that indeed the advertised commercial, hopefully restaurant, will indeed be utilized as such? And the only other proviso is their contribution to DCR, which they mentioned later on in the project, $100,000 to DCR for Blue Hill Reservation improvement. Can that also be placed as a proviso?
Okay, so sir, can you please, because I just had difficulty hearing you at the beginning, please put your name and address on the record?
Sure. Craig Martin, Colchester Street, 8 Colchester Street, Reedville, Hyde Park.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Anybody else to speak on this project?
Minor Perez, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez with the Carpenters Union. We would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
And I believe that's everybody with a hand raised, Madam Chair. Thank
How
you.
about, did we get to Margaret, or is she,
Try her again. I did unmute her, but Margaret, can you hear us? You've been unmuted? She may be having some connectivity. Margaret? Yeah.
okay? Okay, good to see you, Councilor Conley and Mr. Fishman. It's been a while. So we have all this information. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPDA design review.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Councilor.
Madam Chair, it's now 11:10. I'm going to call the 11 o'clock deferrals or withdrawals. So if anybody is deferring their 11 o'clock hearing, please do so now with an address. So this is for deferrals and withdrawals for 11 o'clock.
13, 15, and 17 Norton Street, Ward 18.
For the record, calling BOA 116-7470, 13 Norton Street. We have two companion cases, BOA 116-7473, 15 Norton Street, and BOA 116-7475, 17 Norton Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of the applicant, Tom Falcucci, we are seeking a deferral from the board to work with neighbors. We've received comments and we want to work with concern with our rear setbacks and also from Councilor Arroyo's office, who also recommended a deferral to continue to work with the abutters. We believe we can resolve any issues.
Okay.
Chair Ligris recusing myself on this vote.
Okay, thanks for identifying. Okay, given that information.
Motion to defer, Mark.
Is there a second?
Second,
All
Joe.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
You have a date of August 10th at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 11 o'clock only? 11 o'clock cases only.
Mr. Fortune, I have one, 365 Western Avenue.
Thank you. For the record, calling BOA 115-1073, 365 Western Avenue. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Robinson. Are you recusing yourself on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Eric Robinson recusing myself. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Yes, Mark Lacasse, Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the proponent. We are seeking deferrals so that ISD can do its final review of the plans as revised following the community review process.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
Mr. Lacasse, you have a date of August 10th at 12:30.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 11 o'clock?
Yes, sir. This is Kyle Smith here on behalf of 136 West 8th Street.
Are you deferring, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For the record, are you what street was it? I'm sorry, say it again?
136 West 8th Street.
And 138 too?
No, sir. We're looking to proceed today with 138.
Okay. They're not connected in any way. They're separated. Okay. For the
They're
record,
party wall, sir, but they're intended to be separate projects.
for the record, calling BOA 117-2719, 136 West 8th Street. Name and address for the record, please.
This is Kyle Smith of KDS Law, business address of 359 Newbury Street in Boston, Massachusetts. As you correctly noted, there are two sister matters, 136 and 138 West 8th Street. They are two separate parcels. They're intended to be two different projects. We were only, the developer only as of last week was able to put an abutting parcel under agreement immediately adjacent to 136 West A Street.
So are you requesting a deferral on 136 or a withdrawal?
No, we're looking to defer only, Madam Chair.
Okay, so deferral of 136. May I have a motion?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
We have a date of August 10th at 12:30.
Thank you. To confirm, we're looking to proceed today with 138 West 8th Street.
And just to find out, you're not holding 136 until you've closed on the other case, are you?
No, Madam Chair, we only need to try to look into the potential acquisition and merger of the project. So we're not looking to cancel out 136 entirely. We just need a little bit of time to analyze.
Okay. So we'll see you on August the 10th. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Mr.
That's okay, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure the last call for deferrals or withdrawals for 11 o'clock. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go back to our next case. Calling BOA 117-8808, 19 Wellsmere Road. This is proposed work and a two-story addition off the back of the house. The first floor will primarily be a living room, second floor master suite. The addition will include an unfinished basement. Violation Article 67, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Michael McCory with my wife Kelly. We are homeowners of 19 Wellsmere in Roslindale. We are seeking relief on a side yard setback for the addition of our house. The current existing house is 3 feet from the side yard. It has at some point a sun porch was put on at 4.5 to 5 feet. We are proposing to put the addition at that 4.5 to 5 foot mark off the back of the house. So the sun porch today extends 6 feet. We'll be knocking that down and putting a two-story addition 20 feet out. As Thomas mentioned, the only rule we are breaking is the side yard setback.
And the side yard will continue to be 3 feet with the addition?
No, sorry, it will be 4.5 feet. So we are pushing it out further where the current sun porch is today.
Okay, and I'm assuming 10 feet is required?
Yes, correct.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good, no questions.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger here with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this proposal as the applicant has flyed all the butters. We've heard no concerns from the neighborhood, and we believe this is not would not have a major impact on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, here we have one letter of support.
Madam Chair, I do have a hand raised from the previous speaker. Gary, are you here to speak in support for this project or opposition for this project as well?
By existing at all.
All right. I think we're all set. We have no additional raised hands.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support.
I'll second that motion, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, members.
On the next case, is there a companion case on Linden and Pratt Street to the applicant?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. For the record, calling BOA 117-5767, 16 to 22 Linden Street. There is a companion case, BOA 117-5793, 6 Pratt Street. This is for 16 to 22 Linden. Madam Ambassador, can you mute? If someone's in the background, when I speak, I can hear it. I don't know if it's...
Absolutely.
Thank you. Or someone mute. This is to erect 2 towers connected by underground garage to one lot to have 281 residential units with 125 parking spaces and an underground garage and 2 retail spaces on the first floor. The violation is Article 51, Section 19. The use is forbidden. Article 51, Section 20, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 20, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 51, Section 20, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 20, the front yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking and loading requirement. Article 51, Section 57.13, 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. This is for 6 Pratt to build 69 residential to be known as 6 Pratt. The violation of Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 51, Section 57.13, 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. Article 51, Section 8, the use is forbidden in a 2F 5,000 sub-district. Article 51, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 51, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 51, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 51, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Johanna Schneider. I'm counsel to the project. I'm at the law firm of Conway and Barnes, 75 State Street. I am joined by Dave Snell from PCA Architects and Margarita Kovacheva from the developer. We are here seeking zoning relief for the Alston Green project located on the corner of Linden and Pratt Streets in Boston. This did go through BPDA review and was approved by the BPDA board in December of last year. This is a 349-unit compact living rental project that includes 53 on-site affordable units, including 6 artist live work units.
Sorry, just okay, Joanna, can you slow down, please? So this is
I'm mindful of the board's time. I know it's been a long morning, and I am going to.
But this is a 349 unit, so it's compact. So tell us about the bedroom sizes. The split between bedrooms, the parking, let's see, and go ahead.
Okay. I have Dave Snell here, and we do have a presentation, which I see the board has before us. Would you like us to walk through that, or would you prefer that we just go straight to the questions? Either is fine with us.
Yes, please go straight to the questions. I see that you have, so off those 349 units, you have 6 lofts, artist lofts,
correct.
186 studios, 116 one-beds, and 41 two-beds. Tell us about the average square footage of these.
Okay, the average square footage of our studios is 413 square feet. The average size of our one-bedrooms is 543 square feet. And the average size of our 2 bedrooms is 753 square feet. I do want to point out that about almost 10% of our units are actually market-sized units, and a third of our units are within 8% of market size. I know this board has previously had questions about common space required under the compact living guidelines. I do want to point out that we are exceeding what is required under the compact guidelines by 2,000 square feet. We're providing a total of 10,730 square feet of common space. This is actually in addition to the 20,000 square foot public park that we are creating in the front of the project that is going to be publicly accessible, privately maintained open space.
So can you just hold on, please? Tell us about the artist lofts. How large are they, and do they accommodate more than just people sitting at a computer?
Yes. Dave, perhaps you can give me an assist on the size. Sure. There are 6 of them. They are meant to accommodate all forms of artistic medium. And in fact, they have over 12-foot ceiling heights. They have concrete floors so that they are extremely durable, can take on heavy work. They are individually mechanically vented, and they have the work area separated from the sleep area, and they've got a designated 150-foot approximately square foot work area.
And where are they located on the drawing that's up right there?
If you could go to the page before this, you'd see them adjacent to, so the top of building A. The location, they are clustered. The 6 of them, you see them marked as artist loft. They are clustered to create a sense of community. They are adjacent to our artist co-working space and also the exterior space outside here that we call Artist Row that allows them to spill out and also do art outside.
Okay. So now can you please go ahead and tell us about what the programming is for the common space?
Jen, you want me to take that? Okay, the next page, the next 2 pages actually outlines it quite well. And in the appendix, we have layouts if you'd like to see them. But it's important to note that all 3 buildings, the residents of the 3 buildings will have access to all of the amenities for each, so they can use all 3 buildings. But each building will have a fitness center. They will also, Building A has a series of co-working spaces, lounge spaces. It also has a sky lounge adjacent to its roof deck. And there's the artist workspace, as we mentioned. All 3 buildings have roof decks, in addition, of course, to the large neighborhood green space that we're providing. We also have some communal kitchen space in buildings A, B, and C, and lounge spaces. So they all have a wide variety to provide the ability to have some co-working, work from home space, also social gathering, and the roof decks all have an adjacent interior amenity that would have a bathroom, things like that, so that they can be really functional spaces.
So the roof decks, will the roof decks be accessible to all residents then?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Then can you talk about the, do you have any retail space?
We have, if you go back to that page, there are, in purple, you see there's a small retail space on Building B's corner, at the intersection of Pratt Street and Linden Street. And also, if you slide to the left on Building A, we have a gallery space that we think, could be a space that people could sell their artwork there on that corner to activate the corner of Linden and Cambridge Street.
And
now, the gallery space to be run by a nonprofit organization.
Okay. Can you talk to us about the parking?
Sure. The parking is all concealed underground in a shared garage accessed via Pratt Street. The parking plan is in the appendix, and it has 125 vehicle spaces. There's also 368 bike spaces for over 1-to-1, and an additional 70 visitor bike spaces.
Okay, so the question then is, are these rentals or are they for purchase?
They're rentals.
I'm sorry?
They're rentals.
And so how are you going to prevent these from being occupied by either undergrads or grad students?
Well, we're going to have a rigorous tenant vetting process to ensure that undergraduates will not be offered any units in this building. So part of that will be a policy, a building-wide policy, that we will not rent to undergraduates. We will also apply a second layer of review during the tenant vetting process to ensure that no one who requires a co-signer on their lease will be permitted in the building either.
So basically,
how are you dealing with people subleasing their space?
We will also be prohibiting subleasing.
And who's going to manage this building? I'm assuming it's going to be under their purview?
Yes, it is.
Who's going to manage the building?
It's going to be managed by the developer who owns other properties in Allston Brighton.
And who is the developer?
It's Partners Properties.
And which other buildings are they managing in Allston Brighton? And go ahead.
The largest building that they manage in the neighborhood is 1505 Commonwealth Avenue, for which this board granted relief a few years ago.
And what is their track record on ensuring that that they live up to the limitations provided to them or put on the developments?
They've monitored it extremely closely, and we've never received any negative feedback from the city or from the neighborhood that there are undergraduates living in that building.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. No questions.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, could you just walk me through the shared amenity space? It appears, when I reviewed the When I reviewed the presentation, which by the way, it was a great presentation, thank you for the detail, that a majority of this communal space is actually in the lobby and in co-working areas in the lobbies of the respective buildings. Can you just walk me through really, really quickly in the interest of time, what that ratio looks like? If I recall when I was reviewing the plans, that communal kitchens and areas outside of the lobby space represent the minority of the shared space that you're proposing.
Could you scroll down in the presentation to what would be page, let me just get you there, I'm doing it. It would be the 35th page of the PDF. There's layout. So if you can see here, so this is building A. So you can see a large fitness center here to the left. And then we do have that central vestibule that leads you to a desk. On the right side, we have a small lounge. And then in the kind of the middle of that space is a co-working space that has a shared table, some small office pods that you can have for private space. On the far right of this image is a lounge space that would have some pool tables, thoughts to have banquettes and bookshelves. So that's building A. And then if you keep scrolling.
Now, before you go on, this is my point, is when you look at that lobby area, there's just a lot of unused space in the vestibule. And so you walk in and there's seating, it looks like a traditional lobby to me. So that's what I'm struggling with. I'm not struggling with the office pod, that's fine. The fitness center, I can see and identify that clearly. I'm just struggling with this very large lobby with what appears to be lobby sitting. What is the percentage of that? I can't zoom in and see the square footage. It's not legible on my PDF.
I can probably zoom in on mine. Hold on one second. So there's the lobby zone there is 1,900 square feet. And then the fitness center is separated from that is 1,342. And I do want to say that these are our conceptual layouts, and we can take your feedback as we continue to refine how this space functions. We needed to submit these for the compact living requirements with the city. So we did these layouts as we continue to refine them as the project hopefully moves forward. We can certainly try to change how this space feels and operates to enhance it to be more of a social space that has less of a lobby feel. I think the building B lobby, for example, there's a more clear sense of where the lobby ends and the rest of the space begins. And I think it's fair to say that we could apply a similar logic to this. For example, the vestibule, instead of going straight in, could come in and turn right, and that could be a small portion of lobby there. And
I appreciate it, and I'm not looking to belabor or patronize, but the reality is when you represent that there's 10,000 plus square footage of communal space, and we have a 1,900 square foot grand lobby with seating, that to me is not in the spirit of what the compact housing guidelines are meant to capture, and that is a concern.
And I do want to point out that, permitting this project in the era of COVID did cause us to think a lot about how these communal spaces would best be used, especially as people are looking at, more flexible work from home arrangements. So we do have, the ability to configure this to, right now, for at least 100 different work areas spread over a bunch of different kinds. As Dave said, we may be letting these out differently, but do want to provide, the opportunities for the residents of this building to be able to comfortably work from this building as a home office.
Madam Chair, I have a question. I believe you said the studios averaged 413 square feet. What is the actual range? What's the smallest and what's the largest?
The smallest is 352 square feet. There's only 2 of those. The largest is 517.
352 is pretty small.
And in the age of COVID, you did not look at that too, about people's mental health being stuck in a 352 square foot space?
Well, only 2 of them are of that size. The average size is 413 square feet. And we do believe that This project is COVID friendly in that we are providing close to 20,000 square feet of park right outside their door.
Okay, did I see that there's a path by the tracks? Is that what it is? Or is that lobby space opening up into that space over there?
Are you speaking about this, the space where you see the little truck icon here?
Yes.
So we worked very hard with the BPDA to make sure that the adjacent parcel here, which is currently an auto body warehouse, is a developable lot in the future. So maintaining access across the site here is important, creating a pedestrian feel here. So it's not asphalt, it's a grass paver, and we are providing access all around the building so that people can circulate around. And in the future, we had done studies about how that could connect through to the site beyond to make sure that it was developable and in the spirit of the city's, what they'd be looking to see for there.
And so just to be clear, that space to the rear is actually an adjacent property. It's not the tracks.
I'm sorry?
The space to the rear that you see is an adjacent property. It is not the real tracks.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger here with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. On behalf of my colleague Connor Newman, I'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. It went through an extensive community review process with the BPDA. We would just like to extend our support for this proposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Maura McCrae from Councilor Breeden's office. Councilor would like to go on record in support of this project. We appreciate the proponents' responsiveness to this particular area's needs, which includes their inclusion of artist co-working space and also the significant public space that they're including, which is particularly important for this area as it has no green space. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, the council to go on record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We got a few letters of support.
Annabelle, did Annabella already speak? Was that her earlier? She sent me a message in the chat. Yeah, okay.
Madam Chair, Annabelle Gomes from the Brighton Allston Improvement Association and also a member of the IAG for this project. The Brighton Allston Improvement Association voted to support the project, and the IAG worked very closely with the developer to get to this finished product. We are very happy about the 15% affordable, the well thought out artist space that actually can be used by artists, the dedicated workspace, and the much needed open space in that area where there is none. Most of Brighton has an area that you can walk 10 minutes to a park. That area does not, so we do feel that that is a huge community benefit. The parking is low, but we did speak with the developer, and there is ceiling height, so that should there be a need, they have room to put stackers in, had made that commitment as well. So we really do feel that this has been a project that's been really well thought out of. Thank you.
Not to put you or Tony on the spot, but what is their track record on 1505 Com Ave as far as undergrads and subleases and post-signatories?
So I don't know what their signatures are or not. I'm not privy to that. I do drive by that building, and I've worked, because we were working on the building that came before the board recently with Steve Davis, and that building is very well maintained, very quiet. Some of the members that live in that building were at the IAG meetings, and they're very happy living there. There's no complaint, so I would say that the track record is good.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have several, about 6 hands raised. Do you want me to? Okay.
Yes, please get to the community residents.
Sure. Sean Castro, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. Yes, address, this is Sean Casto, 239 Kelton, apartment 34. Member of IAG, I would like to support this project through the neighborhood process. The developer has made a lot of changes over the months and months that we've been going through this project, and I think the new part is a huge addition to this neighborhood.
Thank you. All right, Dan Sweeney, you've been unmuted. Can you state your address, please, for the record?
Yes, I am a neighbor. I live at 7 Amboy Street, just a couple blocks down off of Cambridge Street, and I support this project. That intersection has been an eyesore for years, and I look forward to seeing this get developed.
Thank you. All right. And Scott, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Scott Madelon. I live at 16 Farrington Avenue in Alston. I am a direct neighbor. I am also an IAG member and a local business owner. I want to speak in support of the project. And I was very, very pleased with the cooperation between the community and the developers throughout that very long process to create what I think will be a beautiful addition to our neighborhood.
Thank you. All right. Christine, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Christine Variale. I'm at 219 Western Ave, apartment S317 in Alston. Just wanted to speak in support of this project. The team has worked really hard with the local arts community to get these artist spaces and living spaces to be something that is going to be very beneficial to those people, and also really appreciate the great open space on the project. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, as people are calling the names, can you lower your hand so I just have an accurate count? Anthony, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tony Disidoro representing the Alston Civic Association. We had a majority vote of support for this project. Those that continue to oppose this project continue to cite ongoing concerns with the compact living pilot and the requirements, minimum requirements set forth in that document. I do want to say that, Madam Chair, we continually appreciate your concerns about undergraduate student housing and the impact, the adverse impact it has on our community. It's nice to know that we do have some additional tools going forward that is going to help us to track these new developments and to ensure that undergraduate students are not renting them, as well as we've had a problem lately with short-term rentals. There have been some establishments that have gone to that in order to fill their places, and we also have tools to detect that as well. So hopefully we'll have better oversight, keep them on their toes, and make sure that they continue to agree to the understanding that we really don't want these private developments to house undergraduate students.
Thank you. Jean, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Jean Powers. I live at 3 Adamson Street. Thank you for listening to public comment on this. I've been to several of these proposals. I've watched this project change to meet community concerns and needs over time, and I think that the proponents have been terrific about listening to us. It's going to provide much needed housing in an area that is desperately in need of housing, and also much needed outdoor space. And I want to thank you all for considering this proposal.
Thank you. Okay. Get to Gary. Gary, are you looking to speak in support or opposition for this project?
In support. Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, once again, Gary Walker, Electricians and Technicians, Local 103. I'd like to speak in support. Thank you.
Okay. And lastly, Minor, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez, representing hundreds of union carpenters that will live and work across the city of Boston. We want to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I got everybody. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Madam Ambassador. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Lightgrist, I will oppose.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 103-7801, 157 Everett Street. This erecting new 3-story building, 9 dwelling units and 5 parking spaces. Violation Article 51, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling units insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the front yard setback is insufficient on Everett Street. Article 51, Section 9, the front yard setback is insufficient on Adamson Street. And Article 51, Section 23, off-street parking requirements insufficient. And Article 51, Section 8, three-story unit, nine-dwelling unit is forbidden use. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. My client is CFRM City Realty. Also present today is Dan Artigas from Embark Architects, the project architects. This is an application to erect a new three-story, nine-unit apartment building.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself in this matter.
Okay, Mr. Moranci, there's also some feedback coming from your mic.
I'm sorry. I can try adjusting it and you can let me know if it improves or not. One moment. Is this any better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. This is an application to erect a new three-story, nine-unit apartment building at 157 Everett Street in Alston. The site is a 6,625 square foot lot. There's currently a single-family dwelling there, and it's located at the intersection of Everett Street and Adamson Street in a 3F 4000 zoning subdistrict within the Alston-Brighton neighborhood district. 5 garage parking spaces would be provided. This was originally proposed as a 4-story building with ground floor parking garage and also surface parking to provide a total of 10 spaces, but the neighbors favored less parking at the site and a 3-story building. The site is located approximately 5 minutes by foot from the MBTA's Boston Landing Station. Being proposed are 2 ground floor, 1-bedroom units of 760 and 805 square feet, each with separate direct entry, 2 1-plus bedrooms of 762 and 765 square feet, 3 2-bedrooms of 815, 910, and 935 square feet, and 2 3-bedrooms of 1,120 and 1,350 square feet. The cited zoning violations include a variance for the multifamily use, excessive FAR, and insufficient lot size for the additional dwelling units. The maximum FAR here is 0.8 and 1.42 is being proposed. As the lot size, this lot is, as I say, 6,625 square feet, where 18,000 square feet would be required for a 9-unit building. But with respect to that density in relation to the surrounding area, I'd like to point out that this area, while zoned in 1991 as a 3F subdistrict, is currently characterized by a mix of low, medium, and higher density uses, as well as a significant number of large and medium-sized commercial uses.
So Council, let's just see, because I know Adamson faces the community, but Everett is more dense. So can we have a look to can we have a look to see what the rendering looks like?
I think if we scroll down there, that the orientation would have to be changed on that. There's one residential abutter on Adamson Street, Madam Chair, who I believe is in support of the project. The other abutter on Everett is a large 4-story commercial building whose owner, the Church of Scientology, is also supportive. Also, the site's directly across Everett Street from 176 Lincoln Street, whose owner recently filed plans to redevelop that site into an 808,000 square foot project to include 314 dwelling units. There is a citation here for insufficient usable space. Each of these 9 units would have, 8 of the 9 units would have outdoor private deck space, and my clients, of course, did not propose roof decks, respecting neighborhood concerns. There's a cited front yard insufficiency for both Everett Street and Adamson, since this is a corner lot. The provided setbacks are 6 feet along Addison Street and 6 feet 9 inches along Everett Street. The Adamson street setback is essentially a modal, which is continued on Everett Street on that side of the building. There's a violation for insufficient off-street parking, but as I said, this was a community preference in light of proximity to public transit and in an effort to not have exterior parking on the site. There'll be 12 station-secured interior bicycle storage in addition to the 5 garage parking spaces, and the owner will be paying first month of commuter rail pass for each tenant to encourage use of the Boston Landing Station.
Okay, hold on, Counselor. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. On behalf of my colleague Connor Newman, we'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. I went through an extensive community review process as well as received support from the Allston Civic Association.
Yes, and I should also ask, anybody who also is in opposition should raise their hands too.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have some letters of support. We have a couple of letters of opposition.
Okay. Madam Chair, I do have a few raised hands. Jean, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Jean Powers, 3 Adamson. I'm the direct abutter to this project. I was alarmed when it was first proposed, but after working with City Realty over the past couple of years, I've come to embrace it. The developer brought the height of the project down a full story in response to my requests. I asked them to put in no parking at all, and the other across the street abutter asked for the same thing because we are 30 seconds from the commuter rail, 3 minutes to the nearest bus, 5 minutes to the Green Line, next to a parking lot, and there's ample street parking. So I think that the low parking ratio is really appropriate for this. I know that 9 units seems big considering I have a single family home, but we desperately need housing in this area, and it is a commuter-oriented area with more commuter-oriented housing going in across the street. So I think it's appropriate, and City Realty has been terrific to work with throughout the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Christine, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please, again?
Hi, Christine Variale. I live at 219 Western Ave, apartment S317 in Allston, which is kind of around the corner from here. I just want to echo what Jean said, supportive of the project and really appreciate the lower parking ratio on this. Given the statistics of the neighborhood, I believe less than half of households in Allston own a car. So it makes sense to me to have this ratio of parking for this project. And yeah, desperately need more housing in the area. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anthony, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tony Disidoro, representing the Allston Civic Association. We would like to go on record in support. The proponents were very responsive to our concerns about reasonable and appropriate parking and unit sizes. And Madam Chair, as you mentioned about the corner of Everett Street and Adamson Street, the height and density of this building is fairly appropriate at the beginning of Adamson Street as it connects to Everett. So we would like to go on record in support.
Okay, and then Minor, you've been unmuted?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah, hi,
I apologize. Can you state your name and address, please? I apologize for the record.
That's no problem. This is Paul Bradford, Church of Scientology, 214 Lincoln Street. We are a direct abutter to the project, and I want to state that we do support this project.
Okay, thank you. And I have
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Annabelle Gomes from the Brighton Allston Improvement Association. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, Council to go record support.
I believe that's all set for the testimony. Thank you.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPDA design review.
Thank you. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I need to go back to a case for Hanover Street. Jessica, could you tell me if Hanover Street is on before I call into the record again for Keith Shirley?
For Keith, let's see. I still do not see the name Keith in the attendees section. Not sure if anyone else is here representing them. I'll give it a second. And I did not receive any messages for Hanover.
Okay, well, it's almost 12 o'clock and they were supposed to be for 9:30, so I'm going to call it into the record. Case
Hold on.
BOA.
Is Mr. Bulgini's hand is raised? Do you mean to speak on this project, Mr. Bulgini, on Hanover Street?
I think his hand's been raised the whole time.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. I'll get that down. Sorry.
Okay. So may I have a motion, please?
I need to call into the record, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Case BOA 112-6355, 345 to 347 Hanover Street. Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The board will take a break until 12:10, and we will resume then with the 11 o'clock cases. The instructions again. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal for June 8th is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout, unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representative of elected officials, and members of the public. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click that icon and your hand will be raised virtually. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to the hearing via telephone, please press *3 to raise your hands. So let me recommend that the minute you hear that an address is being called into the record, raise your hand immediately so we make sure we get you whether you're in support or in opposition. Please go ahead, Mr. Fortune.
First case. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. For calling the first case for 11 o'clock, calling BOA 117-1913, 103 Porter Street. This is a change of occupancy, include a restaurant, bar on the first floor with storage and basement and seating for 30 patrons. The violation is Article 53, Section 8. Restaurant use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 8. A bar use is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Adam Barnowski, 255 State Street, Boston, on behalf of Boston Amici Group, LLC. With me is Myron Spencer and Raphael Scalzi, co-owners and operators of the restaurant Paza on Porter, and the team's architect, Anya Mezaritskia. So this is an application for a change of use at 103 Porter Street in East Boston. It's from a commercial multi-use to a restaurant bar. The property is located in East Boston neighborhood 3F 2000 zoning district on the corner of Porter and Paris Street, directly across the street from Route 1A. The proposed change of use requires relief from the provisions of Article 53, Section A. The applicant, Boston Amici Group, currently operates the restaurant Paza on Porter in the directly abutting space at 107 Porter. They're interested in expanding certain aspects of the operation at 103. As proposed, there will be a bar restaurant on the first floor. It's approximately 683 square feet, seating for 30 with storage in the basement. 103 and 107 are currently connected at the basement level, although primary egress and ingress will be at the street level. Renovations and constructions will be to the interior only, and there will be no exterior renovations.
So let me just get this clear. So the 103 space is for 30 seats, and is it going to be split between restaurant and bar, or is it going to be predominantly restaurant and the bar will be in the adjacent property? I'm having difficulty seeing the plan, so can you talk that through?
Yeah, so it's seating for 30, and it's going to be a mix of bar and restaurant seating.
Okay, and it's going to be handicapped accessible, is it?
I believe so. The architect might be able to opine on that. The entrance and exits are both from the street level, which I don't believe there's a grade change between the exterior and the interior. But Anya, I believe she's in, I don't know if she's been elevated to a presenter, but she might be able to provide some information on the
What's her name?
Accent. It's Anna Mezaritskia.
Okay, yeah, she's a panelist. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, there is a slight step up at the front entrance, which can be made accessible, but the rear entrance is essentially can easily be made ADA accessible. It's much more level, so we can provide that.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans they're fine.
Any questions from the board?
Will there be takeout from the restaurant?
I don't believe there will be takeout at this point in time. We recognize that would be subject to an additional approval from the board.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal or in opposition?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, this proposal received strong support from Maverick Central Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands at the moment.
And it looks like BPDA has a recommendation for design review for any exterior changes, including signage.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
May I have a motion, please?
Ligris, I'll make a motion to approve, subject to VPDA design review for exterior.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
All
Jeff.
those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Calling the next two cases. Calling DOA 117-9255, 7 Kemble Place. There's a companion case, BOA 117-9258, 8 Kimball Place. This is for 7, direct a single-family home in a vacant lot. Can we mute somebody? I got echo. Thank you. erect a single-family home on a vacant lot. The violations, Article 68, Section 34-1. Conforming with existing building alignment, the street model is not provided. Article 68, Section 8, the lot width is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the floor-area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, side yards insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, rear yards insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the lot area is insufficient. This is for 8 Kemble Place. Raise the existing single-family home and build a new single-family. Violations, Article 68, Section 34-1. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, the violations are all the same as the previous, so without calling them in.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Michael McGough. My address is 81 Carroll Ave in Falmouth, Massachusetts currently. We're proposing to build 2 single-family homes on what is currently a vacant lot and a dilapidated single-family that's existing that we're looking to take down. The existing single-family's been vacant for many, many years. It's been an issue with vagrants and homeless, and there's actually been some fires in there. We had a community process with the neighbors, and they all seemed on board because the problem has been such a blight in the area. Kemble Place is a smaller private way.
Can everybody please mute? Is that feedback coming from you? Do you have two things going on, a phone and your computer, or 2 things?
I do not know. Just the.
Okay. So are these 2 separately platted lots? Who is your architect?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is James Christopher from RCA. How are you?
Yeah, please, can you fill in?
Yes, so these are adjoined lots. These would be townhouse-style buildings that would be, that would share a party wall. At the direction of the plans examiner at ISD, they were filed as individual lots and individual buildings. They would each be single families, but they are separate lots.
Okay, and can you tell us how this fits into the general streetscape of Kemble?
Sure. Kemble Place is a narrow street. We tried to site the buildings to follow the limited housing that's on the street. We believe the design and use are aesthetically in keeping with the existing area. As Mr. McGough said, we had an abutters meeting. It went well. I think the neighbors are happy to see the project. The dilapidated building gets some attention, and that we're coming with a modest project at 2 units, or 2 attached townhouses as opposed to large multifamily.
And so this rendering shows a garage.
Correct.
Is this for both buildings?
So the buildings are mirrored, Madam Chair, so each unit would have a garage at grade.
Only because I don't, we have generally been opposed to having those garage doors solid like that. And are these existing curb cuts?
There would be new curb cuts for one. I don't believe there's an existing curb cut on 8 Kemble. We can certainly take a look at the aesthetic of the garage door and incorporate a more open or glass design choice for the front elevation of the garage door.
And any roof deck proposed?
No roof deck.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good. It looks like the sidewalk just kind of falls apart. I don't even know if there is curb cuts there. It's sort of a bit of a mess down there. So.
No. Yeah.
Kemble Place is a private way, and there's no sidewalk. It just was recently paved. It's very narrow and very unkept, so we're looking to make improvements on that as well.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services here on behalf of my colleague Haley Dillon. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal. An abutters meeting was held on April 13th, and the Office of Neighborhood Services has received a plethora of support for this proposal. We would just like to echo our support for this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Anna Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Boston City Councilor Anissa Asabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Secretary, we have a couple of letters of support, a couple of letters of opposition.
It looks like Julia Mejia is looking to speak. She might be on behalf. Ernst, you've been unmuted. Is she with you? I know you've been sending message. Can you hear me? I guess a rep from her office said that she's calling in, but the number that you gave is not one of the numbers on file. I'll just unmute the callers. Caller 13, you've been unmuted. Are you Councilor Mejia? All right. Caller 18, are you Councilor Mejia? Okay.
Can we just take the raised hands that we see and just move on, please?
No problem. Yep. Lisa, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address, please?
Hi, Lisa Marshall, 889 East First Street. I am a direct abutter, and I do oppose.
Thank you. Thank you. And Luann, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Luann O'Connor, Chair, City Point Neighborhood Association. We will support the project. They are single-family homes, which is what we want to see in South Boston so that families can stay in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No additional raised hands.
And no additional phone calls, okay? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling DOA 117-2724, 138 West 8th Street. This to expand the existing single-family home located at 138 West 8th. A new rear, third floor finished additions, renovate the existing living spaces, and new square footage of 970 square feet and respectively 1,311 square feet, respectively. The violation is Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restriction. Article 68, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8.4, dimensional regulations, the extension of the rear yard. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Kyle Smith of KDS Law, business address of 359 Newbury Street, Boston, Massachusetts. I also have on the call as well the proponent and also the architect available if needed to answer questions. And just to reiterate, we had sought deferral of the abutting parcel and the current scheduled matter for today for 136 West 8th Street.
So I'd like to make sure that very early on, we know that 138th Street is coming in not as a subdivision, but as a project in and of itself.
Confirm, Madam Chair. So the only way that these are connected to each other, if you can see from the site plan, which is currently on your screen, the lot line dividing 136 and 138 does not run perpendicular to West 8th Street. The intent of the proponent is to carve off and to straighten out that lot line to facilitate building, but otherwise they happen to acquire 136 and 138 at the same time. It was owned communally by one owner, but they are intending to proceed with two different projects. It is 136 that we are asking to defer slightly because they just acquired the abutting parcel as of last week under contract to be closed in the next 2 calendar months.
So I'm just having trouble understanding this layout. Okay, so you know what? But this is so parcel one.
And how are you referring to parcel one, Madam Chair?
Pardon?
How are you referring to parcel 1?
I'm just looking, I guess at what's on the screen.
Got it.
It looks like something in the rear says parcel 1, 970 square feet.
Yes, so 138.
So I think what I'm trying to gather is where in this drawing that we're looking at, where it's says parcel 2. I'm just what I'm trying to gather is if the parcel that's before us includes the 26 feet frontage plus the 17 foot frontage or not.
Madam Chair, this is only supposed to be in relation to parcel 1 on 138 West 8th Street. To clarify, the proponent is seeking to carve off a small sliver from 136 to render 138 a square parcel. This project is just to propose to renovate the existing single-family home on 138 West 8th Street, to remove the portion of that single-family home that encroaches onto 136 West 8th Street, and then to both expand vertically and also to deepen the proposed structure.
So can I have a fellow board member tell me whether they understand what's going on? Because the part where I feel that I'm a little stuck on is that this came in as an expansion and a combining and subdivision, and I don't want to feel spoken down to. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity that we're looking at 138 without the subdivision. So
I'll jump in. I'll jump in, Madam Chair. So Councilor, looking at 138 West 8th, as indicated on this plan, or either in the previous plan, which was identified as parcel 1, I believe. I think that the ask, if and correct me if I'm wrong in trying to understand this and appreciate, we're trying to get this understood by the board. You're asking for proposed renovation of 138 West 8th only, but you do need a portion of 136's existing lot, which was represented on the prior screen as parcel 2. Is that correct?
Yes, so they are currently 2 different parcels as identified in the record or in title. 136 West 8th Street and 138, so the dividing lot line does not run perpendicular to West 8th Street. The only thing that the proponent is trying to do or will do is to carve off a small parcel of 136 to combine with 138 to ease construction so that we have perpendicular lot lines to 138 West Street. That way we don't have a house that has a dividing line that runs cat-a-corner or not perpendicular to West 8th Street.
It might be helpful to go to the first site plan. This is Eric. It shows the existing, that one right there. The next plan. The next plan down. So there is a line that is traveling basically in the middle of the site from the street to the back, and it ends, it looks like a little arrow. It's dashed in this. My understanding is all they're doing is making that line perpendicular. So there'll be a small sliver toward the back of the site that will be moved over to 138 from 136. Oops, that's right, correct, sorry. Did I get that right? Oh, sorry, no, 136 from 138, and then they're gonna take off this little L shape from the existing building that.
Oh, that makes sense, Eric. I think the challenge that Madam Chair was pointing out is when you look at the purpose that's listed for 138 West 8th, it's combining to then subdivide parcels ending in 0600080100 and then ending in 2000. So I think, so Kyle, Attorney Smith, could you just elaborate on that?
I mean, what I'm trying to understand is whether 138 can proceed without 136 is what I'm trying to understand.
It seems that was about just what I was about to say. I don't really
I agree with you, Madam Chair.
I don't know why we're moving forward with one and breaking them apart as opposed to deferring both and coming back and dealing with them as well as a combined entity.
Okay, let's defer it so we can look at it comprehensively, okay? May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second that motion, Secretary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? A date, please?
Yeah, you'll have the same date, August 10th at 12:30.
So thank you. To confirm, the proponent is in control and owns both parcels currently. They are not under contract with a.
The motion's been made.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Madam Chair, it's 12:36 right now, so I'm going to call the 12:30s for deferrals or withdrawals. So if there are deferrals for the 12:30 cases, please give me the address.
Hi, Mark Sangiolo. The address is
Address, please.
39 Dustin Street.
For the record, calling VOA 11603-9439 Dustin Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Mark Sangiolo, 9 Sketchaconnet Way in West Harwich, Mass. I'm the architect for the project. We had a little time before the last ZBA hearing that we presented, and I went back, and the only thing that we did was we made the porch smaller on this project, keeping it in the existing footprint. But when we went back to ISD, they found 2 violations that they hadn't originally flagged. And we don't want to get involved in a situation where we get through the ZBA, and obviously these things weren't put in public record. So we got to do a new public notice and then come back.
I'll make a motion for deferral.
Second.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please?
You have a date of August 24th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30? Hearing none, I'll go back to the 11 o'clock hearings. Calling VOA 118-1408, 11 Radford Lane. This is a change of octree, convert a 2-family to a 3-family. Dormers, construct dormers to the right and left. Construct new rear decks on the first, second, and third floor. Repair front decks, the first and second, and repair the rear deck on the second floor. The violations, Article 65, Section 32. This is in the end yard. Review required. Article 65, Section 8, a 3-family use is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, maximum floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
It should be Ernst. Let me just having some connectivity issues. Ernst, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead. Can you state your name and address?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Ernst Guerrieri, 11 Radford Lane. I have with me Attorney Ellison as well as the architect. I think we're just having a little bit of problem just logging on. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Ernst Guerrieri, 11 Radford Lane.
Madam Chair, you're
with me the contract. Hello? Yes, I have with me Attorney Ellison as well as the contractor and the architect.
What's the name of the attorney?
Attorney Anthony Robert Ellison.
Okay, I do see him. Second.
Yes,
Go ahead,
if you could just let him in, please. Thank you.
Okay, he's all set. Anthony, you've been unmuted?
Hi, good afternoon, Anthony Ellison.
So tell us how you're proposing to convert this from a 2 to a 3?
Well, Madam Chair, thank you. In terms of the building itself, the building is at approximately 3,800 square feet. The interior of the building is just going to be sectioned off in terms of making it into the 3 floors, which are already in place. The dormers, which are going to be shed dormers, are going to allow the 3rd floor a little bit more headspace, and will the height of the building will not be interrupted at all. In fact, so that's how we do intend to convert it if the board so allows.
Okay, so it looks like, so walk us through it. The first floor is how many square feet and how many bedrooms?
And Madam Clerk, I'm gonna defer to our architect on these issues. His name is Fred Manigat.
Manigat.
Yeah. Yeah, can I be heard?
Yes, so please, can you please pick up the pace and tell us how many square feet that first unit is and how many bedrooms?
Yeah, the first unit is 1,400 square feet, 3 bedrooms. Second unit, 1,300 square feet, 3 bedrooms. And the third unit will be 1,350 square feet, 3 bedrooms.
Okay. Is there any occupancy in the basement?
There is no occupancy in the basement other than storage and utilities.
And the second means of egress for all units?
The building will be sprinklered, but so which does not require to have a second means of egress for a 3-family.
And so you're going to have front and rear decks on the building? Any roof decks? No.
There are no roof decks. The front decks are existing. There is a second floor rear deck. So what we're proposing to do is to add a 3rd floor deck and a 1st floor deck.
And tell us how the parking is proposed to work?
The parking is currently there is a 2-car garage that is going to remain, and in the parking right now we're proposing to have 3 parking spaces, one for each unit, but there will also be tandem parking in case there's an overflow.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. No questions.
Yes. So how does that look with 2 dormers popping up next to each other?
I think it's okay. I mean, I would recommend BPDA design review just to finesse it, but I think in general.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. The applicant has worked with their neighbors to address design concerns and green space concerns that have been accommodated. We look forward to this family moving into the neighborhood and moving forward with their project. Thank you.
And this is Councilor McGee. I'm not sure if I can be heard, or if I'm still muted, or what's going on, but I would like to go on record in support of this project as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Asabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. Council to go on record in support.
I'm sure I do have one raised hand. Julie, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Julie Ryan from City Councilor Frank Baker's office. On behalf of the councilor, would like to go on record in support of this proposal.
I have no additional hands raised, Chair. Thank you.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPA design review, as well as looking, I think, at the parking in the back for any buffering for the neighbors.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the last case for 11 o'clock, calling BOA 1159-880, 93 to 95 Hyde Park Avenue. This is a tenant fit out for a veterinarian office, medical clinic, and change of art to include a veterinarian office and medical clinic. The violation, Article 55, Section 8. Professional veterinarian office, medical clinic use is forbidden in the neighborhood of residential use. Name and address for the record, please.
Alfonso Sierra with Solon Associates, 523 Medford Street, Charlestown. I'm the architect, and I'm representing Metro Vet, and we're looking for a change of occupancy to a business use for a vet clinic.
So tell us what's the zoning district for this, this address?
I believe it is, this is a multifamily building, and it's a tenant fit out. So I believe it is residential, and it's residential right now.
Okay.
Madam Chair, it's 3F 5000.
It's 3F 5000?
Correct.
Was this a commercial space before, or what was this space before?
Madam Chair, is a brand new building. It is a tenant fit out, so I'm not sure what was there before the new building. This is just a space on the first level that is part of a overall residential apartment building. So I'm not really sure what was there before this.
Okay. Does anybody remember if this project was before the Board of Appeal as a new project? And because I continue to be concerned about commercial uses creeping into residential sub-districts. So does anybody remember or can give us a background on this particular address? Is anybody from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you kind of give us a sense of what this part of Hyde Park Ave is like? Is this a new building or what is going on here?
Yes, it's the new building AO Flats by the Forest Hills T Station. So.
Oh, yes, okay.
And Hyde Park Ave.
And was this approved for commercial space, do you remember? This is the project by Community Builders? Is that the one,
Yes.
It's by Community Builders, or is it across the street by Dogwood?
It's further up, so it's by the Forest Hills T Station, so by Ukraine Way.
By Ukraine Way. Okay, so that was the Community Builders project.
Yes. We have the developer on the line. He was in the attendee section, but I made him a panelist.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Lindsay Gale. I'm a project manager with the Community Builders. So just wanted to chime in that, yes, this space was approved for commercial. And so we're excited that Metro Vet coming.
So it was approved for commercial, but instead it's going to office/medical. And that's why the applicant is here. Okay, got it.
Correct.
Thank you. So how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine, and this seems to be on the sort of side street, not the main street, if I'm correct. So it's not even against the residential sub-district, I don't believe, so.
So this is off of Ukraine Way then, the access to the space?
That's what it appears to me, but the developer could confirm that, yeah.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Santana from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. And a butters meeting for this proposal was held on March 15th, 2021, and the applicant received the support of the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council. So the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
I have no raised hands at the moment.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Is there signage? Do we need BPDA review for signage?
Probably. Let's do design
Probably
review.
the new building.
ISD will kick all the signs to us anyway.
So I think that's right. There's no exterior changes shown, so I think it's only signage.
Okay.
Okay, so, what is the motion then? I'm sorry. Is approval with design review or not?
It sounds like we don't need it.
Okay, is there a
Yes.
second?
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, just to be clear, no design review. When and if they apply for signage at ISD will automatically send it to us anyway.
Okay.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1107041, 1201 Saratoga Street. This is a current vacant structure to be raised and a new 6-unit multifamily to be constructed with 7 parking spaces. The violation is Article 27T-5 in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, insufficient parking, off-street parking, loading. Article 53, Section 8, 6 units is forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, accessory parking use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, dimensional regulations, corrected, updated plan. Article 53, Section 9, dimensional regulations. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient front yard setback and street alignment. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross from the law firm of Prince Lobel. I'm joined on the call with architect Mark Sangiolo. This matter was deferred twice, once in December and once in March, and the applicant is glad that it was because he believes this is a much better project. The proposal is now to build a 6-unit, not a 9-unit, but a 6-unit, 2-story building with parking for condominiums. 2 of the units are now 3-bedroom, family-sized units, and I'll get to a breakdown of the units in a second. This is a double lot on Saratoga Street, a corner lot, that is literally the last property in Boston before Winthrop. It abuts the right-of-way of the approach to a runway for Logan Airport. As a result, the project couldn't exceed 32 feet, according to FAA violations, regulations. It's actually 29 and a half feet. This is a 35-foot zoning zone. As I mentioned, it's a corner lot. It's just under 6,400 square feet. It's equal in size, if you scroll a couple pages down, or smaller than the other corner lots on Saratoga Street. Dimensionally, it's actually further setback from the corner from the original structure. If you go to slide 5, there's a nice graphic that shows you that. The unit breakdown, Madam Chair, members, is Unit 1 is an 858. You go the next slide, actually, if you could, Madam Ambassador. Unit 1 is an 858 square foot 2-bedroom. Unit 2 is just over 1,000 square foot 3-bedroom. Unit 3 is a 900 square foot 2-bed. Unit 4 is 950 2-bed. Unit 5 is 1,009 square feet 3-bed, and then Unit 6 is 860 square foot 2-bed. You can continue to scroll, and there's the floor plans in the deck. The zoning relief we're seeking is East Boston iPod for also the multifamily use in a 2F district. We're just over the FAR at 0.99 and a 0.8, so we seek that relief. Front yard and rear yard setbacks, and then the off-street parking. The elevations, if you scroll down just a little bit more, show how the building fits within the surrounding area rather nicely, we would say. There's another elevation on the next slide that shows that a little bit better. The elevator provides access to the building throughout. The mechanicals are screened along the roof and are not visible.
I'm sorry, Constance, did you say, where is the parking? Is that underground?
Yeah, the parking is underground and approachable through Saratoga Street. The abutters asked us to keep the parking off Anavoy Street.
And it's still 10 parking spaces?
No, the 10 parking space was frankly a Scribner's error on the advertisement. It's 7 parking spaces.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good. No questions.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support of this proposal. We recognize concerns from abutters regarding number of units and lot coverage, but we consider the applicant spent a lot of time working with abutters and listened to the neighbors' concerns. As a result, the applicant reduced the number of units, the height of the building on feet and number of stories, and they modified the design to a more traditional one. We also received 14 letters of support, including 2 letters from direct abutters of the property. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands at the moment.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm opposed, just for the record.
Who was this?
Go.
Joe, okay. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-7605-44 Cottage Street. This is combined parcels, raise the existing structures and erect 4-unit residential dwelling with roof deck and parking for 4 vehicles. The violation Article 10, Section 1, the limitation of parking area, Article 27T-5 in the East Boston iPod, Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading, Article 53, Section 56.5A, parking maneuverability, the access, design, and maneuvering. Article 53, Section 8, use of the regulations, the MFR is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient lot area per unit. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, the maximum allowed height has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard setback. And Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this property is a single-family home located in the Jeffreys Point section of East Boston. Our proposal would be to demolish the existing structure, and we would do so in accordance with Article 85 and replace that with a 4-story, 4-unit structure with parking for 4 vehicles. We can jump a few slides ahead here so we can get right to the site plan so I can explain a little bit about the parking. As we're doing that, just want to point out that we are combining 2 lots. The total lot size would be just under 2,300 square feet in total. As you can see here, looking up Cottage Street, we have similar size buildings. We've taken great strides to ensure that the design is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, including a number of elements that are reflective of this section of Cottage Street, including brick. I know we do have Tria Larea on the line from Joy Street Design, and we can talk a little about that if there's any questions. We can jump to the next slide so we can see the actual rendering. That might be a little bit more helpful. Next slide, please. So you can see here the intent is to include most of the facade with brick, which is pretty consistent with what's on that section of Cottage Street. We do show a 4th level, somewhat step back with a roof deck. The roof deck is accessed by hatch. We are not intending to include a head house. There would be parking that would be accessed from a 10-foot driveway on the right side of the building. We do have the site plan that shows the layout for the parking. I would point out 2 of the spaces are considered tandem because they're side by side and would be assigned to one particular unit, but the other 2 spaces have free access in and out. So there would be a total of 3 units with parking that would be assigned as part of this project. We can jump to the next slide, please. just a different view to show the context on the remaining portion of Cottage Street looking back. We do see the building on the left side of your screen that is a little bit over 4 stories. And Cottage Street does grade up towards Webster Street. So we are actually lower than that 4-story building that you can see on the left side of the page. Next slide, please. We'll probably jump to the next slide. So we show the next slide would be better, probably easier to see. Here we go. So we do show the 4 parking spaces. I mentioned the 2 spaces 2 and 3. One would be compact, one would be full size, but that would be considered a tandem because space 2 would have to move out in order for space 3 to access it. 1 would be located towards the rear of the property, and 4 would be under the building. We do have sufficient width. There's a 20-foot aisle in order for that space 4 and space 1 to maneuver. And space 2 and space 3 would obviously have sufficient maneuverability on the outside as well. Each of these units are all 2-bedroom, 2-bath, Madam Chair. The unit sizes range from about 850 square feet up to about 1,000 square feet. And as I mentioned, these are intended for home ownership. But with respect to the violations under Article 53, in addition to iPod permit, we are requesting relief for the use. Multifamily use is not permitted in the 3F district. I would point out that section of Cottage Street is mostly multifamilies. There's a project directly across the street that I was familiar with, involved with. It's a total of 8 units and fits very nicely with that section of Cottage Street. The height of our building is actually at 42 feet 1 inch. That is to the rooftop, and as I said, we do not propose any head house in connection with the roof deck that we're showing. So we're slightly above the height limit of 35 feet. And again, I think the condition of Cottage Street with the separation and grade from Sumner up to Webster makes this consistent with the height of buildings around it. In looking at the number of stories, because it's a 4-story building, we would need relief for that as well. Our floor area ratio is being proposed at above the 1.0 limit. We are asking for relief for FAR as well. With respect to the rear yard, we show 4.7 feet from the rear stairs. There is an existing condition already that is non-conforming for the rear yard for the current building. We propose to improve that not only with the upgrades to life safety that will occur, but with the actual program of the back of the building as well. 10 feet would be required.
Council, let me just ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Will loading also be possible off of the street? And second, I'm assuming that first unit is handicapped accessible, or you will have accessibility built in somehow?
My understanding is, yeah, accessibility would be built in. Either it's already accessible or there's a plan for adding the appropriate lift if necessary. And you indicated about, I didn't understand the question, Madam Chair. Loading, you said, from the street?
Yes. In other words, if there was a moving van, could it be accommodated in the parking spaces, or will that also require relief?
I'm not sure that loading is. I think the loading kicks in at over the 15,000 square foot limit under Article 53. So, but this driveway is wide enough that you could access it with, if you needed to, moving van needed to load. I believe the driveway is wide enough for that.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. No issues.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Lentz, the rear elevation shows, I'm a little confused about that tandem parking situation. It doesn't look to me like number 3 can get out, whether number 2 moves or not.
If you just go back to the site plan, Madam Host. Yeah. So I believe we do have Tria Larea, who's the project architect. And I know this did come up in the community process. We actually reconfigured 1, 2, and 3 to ensure that number 3 did have maneuverability if 2 was not present. So obviously 2 and 3 would have to be together for 1 unit, since we wouldn't be able to expect unit 3 or the 3 parking spaces.
What is the width and depth of the parking spaces 2 and 3?
So 2 would be full size at 8.5 by 20, and 3 would be compact at 7 by 18.
Okay. I mean, it's not a huge deal. I just think this is I don't know if it's workable, but.
Yeah, I had requested before today's hearing Mr. D'Amico's comments. I did not see any comments on this particular project from Mr. D'Amico.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support for this proposal. During the community process, the applicant received strong support from abutters. We received 30 letters of support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley would like to go on record in support of Boston City Council Anissa Rasabi George's office. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have a raised hand by Tom. Tom Christopher, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, you're a little low.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tom Christopherson of 38 Everett Street in East Boston. I'm here representing the Jeffreys Point Neighborhood Association. Our organization voted against this project with a vote of 12 in favor and 17 opposed. The reasons the residents gave for opposing the project were the following. Number one, the parking layout looked to be too overcrowded. And number two, the building consists of too many units. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have no additional hands raised. Thank you.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support with BPE design review.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
And this is Mr. Ruggiero? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 106-8506, 12 Rock Hill Road. There's a companion case, BOA 106-8509, 29 Rock Hill Road. This is for 12 Rock Hill Road. Combine 3 existing lots into one 10,138 square feet of land. Lot A, 29 Rock Hill Road. Lot B, 31 Rock Hill Road. And Lot C, this lot to be known as 12 Rock Hill. Erect a new 4-story, 12-unit residential building, 2 affordable units, and 19 parking spaces. Proposed 10 ancillary parking for 29 Rock Hill Road. The violation, Article 55, Section 40.A, 3 spaces on a tandem space, parking maneuverability. Article 55, Section 40.5D, parking space sizes. Article 55, Section 41.1, conformity with existing building alignment. Article 55, Section 8, 12 residential unit use forbidden. Article 55, Section 9, side yards insufficient. Article 55, Section 9, rear yards insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 56, Section 8, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 56, Section 8, the building height is excessive in feet. This is for 29 Rock Hill. Direct in addition, provide 10 ancillary parking to 12 Rock Hill Road. The violation, Article 55, Section 9, front yard is insufficient. Article 55, Section 40, off-street parking and loading requirement, tandem parking. Article 55, Section 8, ancillary parking use conditional. Article 55, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. And Article 55, Section 9, rear yards insufficient. And Article 55, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address of 51 Dobson Road. With me today is Mr. Ed Forte, who is the architect for the project, and also Mr. Matthew Hayes, who's the property owner. Today, we're here seeking relief to combine lots, erect a building for 12 residential units with 19 parking spaces within the building itself, and for a total of 32 spaces, and the ancillary parking will be located at 29 Rock Hill Road. At this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ed Forte so that he can go through the site plan and the floor plans so that everybody can get acclimated with the site. Ed?
Thank you, Derek.
Members of the board, thank you. The site is, I'm not seeing all of our slides here. Maybe we can start with that one, that's fine. The site is remarkable because we have a approximate 40-foot change, 42-foot change in elevation from Rock Hill Road to the rear of the site, the northern boundary of the site. What you see here, there's a rock ledge which bisects the site from east to west. There's about a 40-foot change in grade. So the abutting properties on Cranston Street to the north are sitting at about 40 feet higher than Rock Hill Road. If you can go to the next slide, I think we should have some context photos here. I'm not seeing the slide deck that we submitted. I apologize for that.
Can you go ahead, please, and talk this through, because it sounds like an intriguing project.
Sure. So as Derek just mentioned, we're combining 3 lots. The proposal is for 12 units. The unit mix we have on another sheet. There's a mix of, to address the board's earlier concerns with unit mix, we reduced the number of units from 15 to 12, and now the applicant is proposing more family units. So we have some 3 bedrooms in the mix now. Bear with me one second. If we go, I wanted to point out a couple of things with the site context. If we go back to the, if you can go back to the site slide. Again, I'm not seeing, we have some other images that were submitted, I believe, to the board. I'm not seeing them here. But surrounding this property, this is off of Paul Gore Street, Rock Hill Road. Immediately to the left, the abutting property is an LC zone. That's a local convenience zone. This is in a 3-family.
So Mr. Forte, please talk to us about the project. Tell us about, Casey, you did tell us there are family units, but please give us the breakdown. You have a whole bunch of violations. Can you speak through the violations so that we can understand how this project works in context and with the limitations of what's around it?
Sure. So, yeah, so the, as you can see with our site plan here, we have several setback violations. However, the footprint of the building is smaller than from the existing structures. The existing site has single-story garage structures that are on the site that are closer to the setbacks than what is being proposed here. So we're actually reducing the number of setbacks. I'm sorry, the setback violation compared to what we have existing. As I just mentioned earlier, the local convenience zone that's to the left, just to the west of this site, we wanted to point out the fact that there are several violations that would either be allowed in the LC zone or.
So what zoning district are you in?
Madam Chair, we're in a 3F sub-district.
Yeah.
Derek, you've been here before. So you're in the 3F, so please talk to us within a 3F context so that we can understand how this project is working.
Sure, Madam Chair. The zoning sub-district is 3F 5,000. As Mr. Forte said, we are adjacent also to the LC. Our lot size is approximately 10,135 square feet. For the 12 units, that puts the FAR that we are seeking, the requirement is 0.6. They're requesting 1.8.
I'm sorry, you just broke up. What is the required, and you're proposing 1.4? Is that what I heard?
The requirement, this zoning sub-district for the FAR was 0.6. We are proposing 1.8.
1.8.
We are being cited for the MFR as a forbidden use because it is in a 3F district. And with regard to 29, the ancillary parking is a conditional use. Conditional use permit for that. Again, we have a total of 31 spaces, 12 units.
So this looks like, besides FAR, you have a excessive height. How does that come about?
Yes, I don't know if Rakia can scroll down a little bit and get us the elevations.
Yeah, that's a good.
You want to explain a little bit about the height in that?
Yeah, we are asking for 1 foot. The height is in excess of 1 foot. You can see by this illustration, the site section, the building section, that the height of the building will not exceed the height of the adjacent ledge, the grade to the rear of the property, at the midpoint of the rear yard.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, in essence, the required height is 35 feet, 3 stories. We have 36 feet.
And 4 stories. And 4
That's
stories.
correct.
Okay. So a rear yard, obviously because of the ledge. Talk to us about the side yard.
Yep, the side yard requirement is 10 feet. On the east side of the building, we have approximately 6 feet. On the south side, we have 7 feet, 8 inches. And on the west side, we have 5.5, 5 feet, 5 inches. I don't know if you can scroll down a little bit more, Kia, so that we can get a context of that as well.
So it looks like you have parking garages. Tell us how that's going to work.
Yes. So if you scroll to the ground level plan, you can see the parking layout in the building. There are 4 tandem spaces to the right, the total of 8 spaces. To the left, we have 12. We're actually amended this plan. We will submit an amended plan to the board to show in the area just to the north of the stair, we've replaced a parking space with these 2 spaces, so we will be able to accommodate a handicap parking space. So the total number that's in this structure will now be 19, not 12.
Okay.
And as Derek mentioned earlier, there's ancillary parking, an additional.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Forte. Let's just finish with this. Derek, Mr. Small, can you give us a breakdown on the bedroom size, the bedrooms and the square footage?
Ed, can you break those down?
I have those. So on level 2, we have there are 5 2-bedroom apartments, 3 of which are at about 975 square feet. One of which is 1,020 square feet and one at about 1,400 square feet. On level 3, we have 3 2-bedroom apartments, 2 of which are at about 1,000 square feet and one of which is about 1,400 square feet. And then we also, at this level, we have the first level of duplex units. So these are 3-bedroom duplex units at 1,600 square feet each. And you'll see on the next floor plan the connecting floors to those. So there's 2 3-bedroom duplex units. And then on level 4, we have 2 additional 2-bedrooms, one at 1,360 square feet, the other at 1,440.
And it looks like you do not have a roof deck?
No, there's no roof deck.
Okay.
No roof decks, Madam Chair, as that was on part of the community process because the residents up on Cranston Street wanted us to remove the roof decks that were in the original plans. So we removed those.
Okay, so let's go to the ancillary parking. So ancillary parking, you're proposing 10 parking spots?
No, we have 12.
Okay.
Do you have those?
And are you proposing screening and buffering around it, or how is that going to work?
Yes. Well,
Miss Edwards, can you go to the next case 29 Rock Hill Road so we can see how the parking looks?
Madam Chair, I have 10 ancillary parking, not 12, for 29 Rock Hill.
Yes, I do too. That's why I was curious to see how what the plans look like.
That might have been a scrivener's error. We'll take a look.
Yeah, here's the plan here, Madam Chair, is so you can see if you want to count them, there are 12. And these are all garage, these are within an existing structure. To the north of this site here, not the hatched area is a proposed addition, okay, to an existing single-story garage building. So these would all be indoor parking, garage spaces. So the two that are shown in the hatched area to the south are tandem. And the total number of parking that is being proposed in this building are 12. And this is within, yep.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good. No questions on the plans.
Any questions from any specific JP resident about the proposed project? Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. Mr. Small, this came before.
Yes, it did.
Can you describe the differences between the previous proposal and this one? Units, parking, just all of the differences.
Yeah, and Ed and Matt can feel free to chime in if I miss anything. So first and foremost, Madam Chair and Mark, this has been a culmination of a 3-year process with the community. We have reduced the number of units several times, as a result of those community meetings. We removed the decks, the roof decks, we reduced the number of units, and in addition.
Mr. Small, I just want to know the difference between not in the community meetings, but when you came before the board last time and now.
Okay, so we reduced the number of units to 12.
What was it in the last proposal, Derek?
It was 15.
Okay.
The number of 3-bedroom units, we didn't have any last time, and Ms. Arajo, you alluded to that, and so we added 2 3-bedroom units.
3.
The ancillary parking remains the same, and again, in conjunction with BPDA, we have 2 affordable units. The rest of the units will be rented at 15 to 20% below market rate, and we have started a design review process with BPDA.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lindsay Santana from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. An abutters meeting for this proposal was held on July 30th, 2021, and the applicant has had an extensive community process for the past few years. They have met with multiple neighbors and have modified the plans to address concerns. Most of these concerns have been regarding parking and density. We understand that the project has been controversial, but believe that the applicant has worked with the community to address these concerns. The applicant has also received the support of the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, so the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have 2 raised hands by callers. Caller 27, you've been unmuted. 617524, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Margaret Zaldivar. I live at 37 Paul Gore Street. I've lived here over 25 years. Rock Hill Road exits directly opposite my house. I am very opposed to this project for a number of reasons. Rock Hill Road is a small, already congested area. There's 2 businesses on it. The proposed apartment housing is in a box. The front opens onto to Rock Hill Road, and then one side has the ledge of a sheer ledge, and the other side is closed by other businesses. And then behind it, there are 2 houses that are side by side on Center Street. So There's very little room around it, and during an emergency, I just can't even imagine the catastrophes that will happen. I just am very much against this project.
Thank you.
Caller
Thank
33, you've been unmuted.
Sorry.
Hi, can you hear me? 617-233.
Hello? Yes,
Hi,
can you hear me?
Yes, can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Patricia Feely, 69 Paul Gore Street. I've lived here for over 50 years. And yes, it's true there's been a community process for 3 years, and I've been part of most of that. What's disappointing is that the mayor's office would say, refer to that when a lot of that has...
Can you tell us what your opposition is based on, please?
Yes. A very community process that has been interpreted. Many people were against it.
Listen, you have limited time with the mic. Please use it and give us information about the specifics about the project of why you're opposed to it.
Okay. We have been misinterpreted about parking. The parking was not to have just more parking. It was because of the congestion we already have. There are now many young people, little kids on the street, and certainly many of us are older now. And we already have limited on the street, but we have people who come, lots of people who come and park here so they can take the trolley at the end of the street. And so the amount of parking has been twisted. It's not parking, it's congestion and safety that we're worried about.
Okay.
So
anything else?
Yes, poor community process, and I feel like it's bad faith.
Okay, anything else specific about the design of the project or anything about the project itself?
Yes, it's the building and the violation completely changed the nature of this neighborhood. And I wish that many of you could have been down this street and you would know that.
Okay, thank you. May I hear from the next caller?
Sure, caller 18, 617-467, you've been unmuted.
Hello?
Hi, yep, that's you. Can you state your name and address for the record, please? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, yes.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you state your name and address, please, for the record?
Are you talking to me? 'Cause
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Yes.
Okay, Catherine Holland, and I'm 79 Paul Gore Street, a 21-year resident of this area. And may I further speak that the community processes have been very disappointing, and we've been told that we have no choice. Our concerns are not properly addressed.
Ma'am, can you tell us specifically about this proposal, what your opposition is based on?
Yes, my opposition, first of all, is based on any preparation for contingencies and emergencies. There is improper egress in case of any kind of fire or any kind of emergency in the front of the building. There's only 6 feet of space between the rear of the proposed building and the cliff. It's hardly a ledge, it's a cliff, I would say. It can hold in smoke. And this shop, the auto body shop, is a shop that employs many different chemicals, fumes and gases and various kinds of oil. And as you know, Matt Hayes has promised to put water sprinklers around the building. If you put water, try to treat an oil fire with water, you get a tremendous amount of black smoke. That can make difficulty in rescue. It can make difficulty in exiting the rear of the building, and it's more likely that the residents will have to exit in the rear. That's just one thing I think.
So besides the emergency and we've heard about parking and the design changing the nature of the neighborhood, is there anything that you would like to add to that?
Yes, I would like to I would like to know that we've been given more of a voice rather than told we have no choice. I don't see that he can actually put this much congestion as of right into that kind of space with the traffic. I've noticed traffic problems. I've lived here, I've been part of them, and it's just not workable. This is one of the worst, most high-risk development projects. That's why we keep showing up. There are more than 100 signatures on our petition, difficult to get in COVID times. So, you know, we just implore you, please, to follow the laws and codes and statutes and even the newly formed Community Preservation Act that says that we do get a choice in what happens to our neighborhood. We think it would be very bad for our neighborhood.
Ma'am, thank you. May I hear from the next caller, please?
All right, if you did speak already, can you please lower your hand by pressing *3? I believe caller 34. Caller 34, 617-592, you've been unmuted?
Hello.
Hi, yep, can you state your name and address for, hi, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Dale Mitchell. I live at 38 Paul Gore Street. My husband and I are immediate butters of 29 Rock Hill Road, the proposed parking site, and our house side of our house looks directly onto the abandoned and dilapidated garages that Matt proposes to upgrade into affordable housing. We are strong supporters of this development. We feel that it will add, it will not detract from the neighborhood. We feel that Matt is a very responsible member of the community. He is an excellent neighbor. And the alternative is to continue to have dilapidated, vacant, decaying garages that are overrun with rats remain in the neighborhood. So we hope the ZBA finally approves this proposal. Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands at the moment.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Justin McCleary from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. I didn't have a chance to say earlier, but the councilor would like to go on record in support of this project.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to support.
With design review?
Yes, design review.
And may we have also a proposal for screening and buffering against that ancillary
Parking space, yes.
Okay.
Including screening and buffering for the ancillary parking.
Is there a second?
Yep.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Have a good day.
Call the next case, calling BOA 114-6931, 3936 Washington Street. This is the extension of residential living space from 2 to 4 dwelling units and 2 existing stores to 1 store, 1 hair salon, and fully renovate. The violation of Article 67, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling unit 4 is forbidden use. Article 67, Section 32, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 67, Section 8, the hair salon in a residential sub-district is forbidden use. Article 67, Section 9, the location of the main entrance of the dwelling unit must face the front lot line. Article 67, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. And Article 67, Section 9, the lot area for additional units is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Kyle Smith of KDS Law, business address of 359 Newbury Street in Boston, Massachusetts. I also have the builder on the line of proposed builders and also the proponent owner himself.
So tell us what's being proposed.
So Madam Chair, we have been before you once before in April, which I think we thoroughly discussed the project. During that meeting in April, you had raised some issue or concern related to the size of the prospective 4 two-bedroom units. They were each on the order of about 750 to 760 square feet respectively, and that was of issue or concern with you. We went back and updated the plans. It is now proposed to have two-bedroom units, which will be on the front side of the building addressing Washington Street, of approximately 960 square feet. And then reducing the proposed rear 2 beds to single 1-bedroom, 1-bath units of approximately 670 square feet. So the updated plans from what you have seen in April to today are to have 2 2-bedroom units on the second and third floor on the front of the building, and then 2 1-bed, 1-bath units to the rear of the building accessed off of Claxton.
So thank you for making that adjustment. So the 2 bedrooms, are they still proposed to be accessed off of Washington Street?
Yes, so Madam Chair, the current residential units which are on site existing are accessed off of Washington. The added units, which will be to a vertical extension to the rear half of the building, will be accessed off of Claxton. So 2 to the front on Washington, 2 access to the rear off Claxton.
And the market will be upgraded?
Yes, renovated. There might be a slight expansion of its footprint in light of the fact that we had to change the footprints of the building to accommodate the expansion of the front 2-bedroom units and the reduction of the rear 1-beds. But yes, it will continue to be a market, and then also hoping to legitimize the use for the rear portion for the hair salon, which is a currently existing use. They've been a long-term tenant of this particular owner.
Okay. Have you seen the revised plans, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. Is anybody here, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak?
Yes, I have one question, Madam Chair. So the revision in terms of the size of the units, did that involve also a revision of the overall square footage and footprint of the building?
Not as I understand it, no, sir. Just more internal changes than anything external to the building envelope.
Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Carpenter with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to continue our support for this proposal. We think it's going to be a great addition and an improvement to the area. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Approve a BPDA design review.
Is there a second?
Second, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 115-2875, 35 Honeywell Avenue. This is to convert from a 2-family to a 3-family and close the second floor porch and create an additional living space in the basement and on the second and third floors to include third floor addition decks. Second and third floor addition deck. Violations Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction and extension of a non-conforming building. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking, 5-foot buffer is required. Article 51, Section 8, 3-family and a 2-family sub-district. Article 51, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 51, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 51, Section 9, insufficient front yard setback. Article 51, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. And Article 51, Section 8, use of regulations. The footnote, basement units are forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney John Fulgini on behalf of the applicant, 10 Forbes Road in Braintree with a business address. With me this afternoon is Bobby Manley, who's the owner of this property, together with Mariana Degatti and Trevor O'Leary, who are the team architects. So the proposal is to convert a two-family to a three-family by adding a third-floor addition. The addition is adding a half a story and refitting the building. The zoning is 2F5000, lot size 3,346 square feet. It's worth noting that we are not exceeding the current footprint, so many of the violations, which I'm going to read about, are existing violations. We have FAR, an existing of 0.82. The proposal is 1.32. Parking on the side, that is existing. It can be moved back a little bit. We have an adaptable rear yard patio, and the use is a three-family and a 2F zone, as Mr. Fortune read. Height, we have a violation in number of stories. Currently, the building's 30 feet. If this project is approved, the building will go down to 28 feet. It actually will be reduced 2 feet.
So, Counselor, a couple of questions.
Sure.
First, why were you deferred the last time? And the second thing is, tell us about the living space in the basement.
Sure. So actually, those are very connected questions, Madam Chair. The plans were revised previous to the last meeting. It just didn't catch up with ISD, didn't catch up with ZBA. There was a bedroom in the basement. That bedroom has been removed because that was something that, through the community process, the neighbors didn't want that, so it was removed. So that is, and as far as the space in the basement, there's a family room and laundry. That's what the space in the basement is.
So there is no basement unit. So
there is not.
Okay, so then I just want to make sure that the record reflects that that the violation that talks about that basement unit is eliminated, so that there's no, that's clear for the record. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. On behalf of my colleague Connor Newman, we'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. But through an extensive community process, I received majority support from abutters as well as the local civic association. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Marvin Frey from Councilor Breeden's office. The council would like to go on record as being in opposition to this project. Feel that the proponent has not adequately addressed the neighborhood's concerns in regard to this project. Thank you.
Samara, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you tell us what the opposition was that hasn't been addressed?
Sorry, can you hear me? I'm just having some connectivity issues.
Yeah, can you tell us what the issues are that have not been addressed?
There's just ongoing issues in terms of the, the floor plan of the building, in terms of the site that it occupies, and the density of the project, I believe. And I also think I think those were the main concerns. I know that we've received some continued letters of opposition to the project, and I think that was the main issue.
Madam Chair, I do have one raised hand. I'm just going to see if it's for the previous call. Caller 36, you've been unmuted. Are you here to speak in support or opposition for this case? 781?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, go ahead. Can you state your name and address, please, for the record?
Yes, my name is Kevin Hackett, and I live at 29 Honeywell Ave, apartment 1. And I'm here to speak in support of the project. I've known the Manleys for about 6 years now, since I moved next to them. They are the kind of neighbors that Boston should want and want to keep. They're great neighbors. Everything they do, they think about everybody in the neighborhood. They're always helping out when people need help. Bobby goes out and snow plows or snow blows everybody's properties. I mean, this is a family that we would should want to keep around and someone that we should be supporting in the
Thank
neighborhood.
you.
So I
Thank
just
you.
want to make my.
Thank you. Is Annabelle Gomes, because I know sometimes she has a hard time reaching in, is she on by any chance, Mr. Ambassador?
I do not see her name in the panelist tab or the attendee tab right now.
Okay.
They did, Madam Chair, they did issue a letter of support, BAI.
They did, okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
With BPDA design review.
That's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy your day.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 117-1278, 748 to 750 East Broadway. This is to construct a new 4-story building with 9 residential units, restaurant at the first floor, and combined lots at 748 East Broadway, 750 East Broadway, 65 L Street, and L Street, and demolish all existing buildings. The violation is Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading requirement. Article 68, Section 34.2, traffic visibility across the corner. Article 68, Section 7, restaurant use is conditional. Article 68, Section 8, a lot area requires 5,000 square feet. The proposed is 4,500 square feet. Article 68, Section 8, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the building has excessive in feet. Article 68, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, front yards insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, side yards insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, rear yards insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8.3, the dimensional regulations, location of the main entrance. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I represent Joey Akari, who is the owner and developer of the property. Dennis Greenwood from Sousa Design Architects is also here with us. Being proposed is a 4-story apartment building containing 9 apartments with a ground floor
Madam
restaurant.
Chair, this is Derek Robinson. I'm going to recuse myself from this case.
Mr. Olick, are you able to take over?
I wasn't aware that Mr. Robinson was going to do that, so I haven't seen the plans. Is there any way, Mr. Robinson, can you email me the plans quickly?
Yes. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Madam Chair, members, I will point out this matter was actually approved by the board on April 27th. The reason why it is back on for hearing today is that there was a mix-up with the advertising. Both this case and the next case of mine were approved, but notices were sent to the incorrect addresses, which is why they're back here today.
So the plan, so Mr. Moranci, let me just get this clear. So this is just to clean up the record. Nothing has changed on the design, on the layout, on the restaurant. Were there any provisos placed on this?
Design review, Madam Chair.
Okay. And so let's cut to the chase and tell us, go clearly on the record of why you're back.
It's back because I was informed by ZBA staff that notices were mailed out, but they were mailed out to incorrect abutters and neighbors.
I see. Okay. Okay, so maybe that will ease it for you, Mr. Olick.
Well, but I'm a little confused. When were you notified? Were you notified of that before we took action, or you said we already took action? I don't recall.
It was, George Moranci, Mr. Olick, it was approved on Tuesday, April 27th. I received a phone call on the following Friday when the error was discovered.
Okay, all right. Then, Madam Chair, I think you're right. I don't think I need to see the plans.
Okay.
I'll look at them as they're scrolled down.
Okay. Can I just then jump to here who's in support or opposition? Please put your name and address on the record for either support or opposition.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Carpenter with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. On behalf of my colleague Haley Dillon, we'd like to continue our support for this proposal. We would also like to note that we did receive a letter of support from the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association And we would just like to continue our support for this proposal as we did last time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Councilor Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office, the councilor sending a letter in support in advance of the hearing, of today's hearing, and the letter reads as follows. My position is based on feedback from neighbors and the support of the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association. It is my understanding that the proponent has worked with neighbors and the civic group in good faith to address a number of concerns about the original proposal, and eventually they were able to arrive at a compromise on key areas, such as the height of the building that went from 45 feet to 42 feet. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
That's okay, Anna. Let's move on because we understand the counselor is in support. Let's move on.
Madam Chair, this is Senator Nick Collins. To Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for letting me speak. I wish I had a chance to address you earlier. I am at a hearing right now for redistricting, and because of Zoom and WebEx, we can sometimes do things at once, but I will be taking off after my remarks. But again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is an issue that speaks to a lot of different things, not just this intersection we're converging upon. And as the planning body, it's an important factor. Yes, on the zoning, but this is really where that conversation it happens. It's not BPDA level discussion. That we're on the verge of, and we're discussing this Thursday in the legislature on reopening and allowing for things like outdoor dining right down the street, within 2 blocks on Broadway, within those 2 blocks. I know this place well. Gate of Heaven's my parish. I lived in this vicinity a lot longer than probably anyone who's weighing in on this. We have a bar room that has, significant capacity with now dining outdoors and dining on the side. Massive. That's between.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, indulgence, Madam Chair.
Wait, I'm trying to understand. Are you speaking in opposition to the restaurant? I'm just a little confused.
If I could please just, I beg your indulgence. I don't take much of the time for the board very often, so I would ask to be able to speak.
Yes, but
thank you.
Yeah.
So though I appreciate the development teams reaching out and trying to work out something on a parking covenant. I do worry about parking as it relates to this, but commercial space on the bottom, I'm not against. What I am against is a bar room at Ellen Broadway, which is what this proposal so far speaks to and smells like. We have one, again, same owner on the same block, and then a block away with massive lines and capacity, which speaks to where so this is also educating me about what we do with legislature, that this board and the licensing board are a part of as it relates to outdoor dining. This conversation. We have a bus stop right next door, the number 7 bus, one of the more utilized in the system, that's going 2 lanes over. It's a dangerous intersection. It's great to see revitalization because it has been a dead spot for too many years, but I'm dead set against the bar room on that intersection. So as it relates to the commercial space, I do not support in its current form that under the guise of a restaurant and a full liquor license. It's too much. And I think that conversation has to happen with licensing too, but as we're looking at this plan, I want to be very clear that I don't want the weight of this decision, if it's to be in the affirmative, which with the proposal here as a bottom I don't support. If that doesn't get sort of reformed as a proviso as commercial, and a conversation to be had later, because I don't want it leaving with ZBA support in the weight of, under the guise of it being a bar room, going to the licensing board with that sort of wind. And I want to be very clear about that, because that's something I can't support. And if that is what's been contingent upon, if that's going to be viewed upon that way with this decision, if it's affirmative, then I don't support that.
Thank you. And please, Nick, are you still there? Let's hear from the other raised hands, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty. The council has consistently opposed zoning relief under Article 68. However, he recognizes the unique conditions existing along East Broadway. This project is consistent with the ongoing development along South Boston's main commercial thoroughfares. The developer reduced the unit count, the building's height, and agreed to residential parking restrictions. Council encourages the proponent to work closely with the abutters and community to address any concerns, and any issues with the specifics of the restaurant operations will be subject to additional community process pursuant to the licensing board process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Eileen Smith, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address, please, for the record?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. Eileen Smith, 776 East Broadway. I live a half a block from this proposal. I appreciate my opportunity to oppose this project today, as on April 27th, I was not afforded the opportunity to do so. The project is unacceptable to the residents of City Point, and it creates quality of life issues. It's 42 feet 11 inches, which exceeds 35 feet in zoning, and also changes the character of the neighborhood. Additionally, 9 units of proposed, I don't know if it's tenancies or rentals, I'm not sure, but that's a minimum of 12 cars, a maximum of 18 cars with no parking whatsoever. Residents are now struggling daily without parking. I want to also differentiate the Gate of Heaven Association weighed in quite heavily on this project. However, you cross the street and you're in City Point Neighborhood Association, and we did not have an opportunity to take a vote on the project. Also, this project compromises 2 major bus stops. As Senator Collins said, the number 7 bus, as well as the number 9 and 10 buses, are heavily utilized. I don't foresee how this project would have proper loading for supplies and moving and not interfere with the status of our buses.
So I understand your issue is height, the density, loading, anything else?
Absolutely. I have concerns that this applicant has, as previously stated by Senator Collins, has been approved with multiple variances within the same block. 13 variances for the playwright, and now we're talking 10 variances for the Bailey's project, which adversely affects the quality of life of the City Point neighborhood and the residents. And I really hope that you review your approval petition, because we really have an awful lot of remaining issues, and I thank for your time today.
Thank you. Miss, whoever is on next, you've heard what the issues are. It's a question whether it's a restaurant versus a bar room, the height, the density, issues with loading. Please add additional information. Please try not to repeat.
Okay. Angela, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Anjali Greenson of 57 L Street, a direct abutting building to this proposal.
Can you speak up just a little bit? Can't hear you.
Sure. I would like to go on record opposing this proposal based on everything previously stated, including additional noise, lines to the bar, parking issues, trash storage, and additional litter in the neighborhood.
Thank you. All right. Luann, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Luann O'Connor. I'm the chairwoman of the City Point Neighborhood Association. I'm stating opposition to this project, and I would also like to note on the April 27th meeting, we were not asked for opposition. The elected officials stood up.
Miss O'Connor, Please, can you go ahead? I've heard about litter, garbage, restaurant versus bar room, height, density, loading, and noise / lines to the bar. Is there additional information that you wanted to add to that?
Yes, there is. That corner has 4 bus stops. And the proponent has agreed to build out the sidewalk, however, that's still irrelevant. So as Senator Collins stated, the proponent has 2 other bars. The closest to this project is a 411 capacity bar. There are 100 people at any given weekend standing outside to get in there. That line will then be co-joined with the project at L and Broadway, which will be a Mexican restaurant, AKA bar, 120 plus seats. So that will allow us not to have usage of that sidewalk for seniors, for baby carriages, ADA issues. So it's not the right place. The reason why they went from 9 to 11 units was to avoid the affordable. That is the only reason.
Okay.
And it was given 2 feet to reduce the affordable units. So I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but this proponent has come before your board many times and has been given carte blanche. At this point, I am begging you to please uphold the zoning and listen to the community. The Gated Heaven Neighborhood Association, there were 2 people that...
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Connor. Thank you. So, Counselor, you've heard what the issues are. I need clarification.
Certainly. Madam Chair, first, I'm sorry.
What is this? I mean, I want to make sure that this is a legitimate restaurant which has been portrayed as a restaurant, and this doesn't result in an over-densification of bars with extremely adverse impacts on this particular block or block and a half.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is intended as a restaurant. It is a restaurant. It's a proposed 120 seat approximately restaurant with a bar that has only 14 seats and with no outdoor seating provided. There are lines on Broadway, no question about it, but East Broadway is the main commercial thoroughfare and West Broadway for South Boston. The existence of lines only show that there is actually a desire and a need for more such establishments. If there were additional establishments, then there potentially would not be a necessity of people queuing to get into the establishments that already exist. I do have to take...
Let me just ask you, let me just clarify. So this is going to be a 120-seat restaurant. Is that going to be takeout here?
There's no takeout. Well, this has not gone to the licensing. No, there's no takeout that has been applied for.
It's only 14-seat bar. Is it considered? I mean, I'm trying to get a sense if this is viewed as a family restaurant or, or not.
Yes, Madam Chair, from the beginning in our conversations with representatives of the City Point Neighborhood Association and other residents in the neighborhood, that's exactly what my client spelled out, that he is envisioning a family type of restaurant, not a bar, not a sports bar. That is not what he wants. Mr. Arcari is well known in the community. He can always be found here. He's not somebody who's going to misrepresent the intentions with respect to this establishment. So this is intended as a bar. He feels, as a restaurant, not a bar. He feels that there is a real need here for some place that could offer family dining. And just by looking at the layout of the interior space, it can be seen that the bar space is modest. And again, that would be further subject to approval with the licensing board. But I do have to take strong exception to the assertion that this was reduced from 11 units to 9 units to avoid IDP. It's quite the contrary. My client designed this as an 11-unit building because he wanted to provide IDP. During conversations with the community, it was asked that we reduce the density as well as the height. We explained that this would result in the loss of an IDP unit, and the previous speaker literally said, I don't care about IDP units, so Boston residents don't get them. Anyway, we want you to reduce the number of units. So that was patently an unfalse accusation.
I think I just want to, for us to know, and to, obviously there is a level of cynicism towards this restaurant owner, this bar owner. I mean, I do not know him, so I cannot put any value judgment on that. But from what I'm hearing by the speakers here, there is a level of cynicism, and it sounds like there's a little bit of a ways to go to assure that this is in fact going to be a family restaurant versus a sports bar, as you said.
But Madam Chair, if I may, that was from 3 residents who expressed concerns about potential impacts from a restaurant, mentioned things that aren't even happening here.
Mr. Moranci, I'm trying not to have a hissy fit here, but can you believe I said that on in a public meeting? But I want to make sure that your the applicant knows that our intention is to ensure that there is a family restaurant to in this space.
That's absolutely the case, Madam Chair. As I said, that was my client's intention from the beginning.
Thank you. So given all that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve the BPDA design review.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion, Secretary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I will oppose, Ligris.
So there's 2 oppositions. Motion carries. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, this is Tom. We also had Eric recused, so we only have 4.
Oh, right. So the motion does not carry, so it's been denied. Okay.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 116-7376, 50 to 52 Dorset Street. This is a change of art from a 2-family dwelling to a 3-family dwelling and 3 accessory off-street parking spaces to the rear yard with access via an existing curb cut and driveway. The violation is Article 65, Section 8. A 3-family is forbidden use in a 2F 5,000 subdistrict. Name and address for the record, please.
George Moranci, I'm an attorney with the business address at 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, members, this matter was also incorrectly noticed at the April 27th hearing when it was approved. This is a conversion and a renovation and a conversion of a building from a 2 to a 3-family in a 2F 5,000 zone under Article 65. My clients are John Meunier and Jim Flanagan. There's a single violation, and that is for the 3-family use in a 2-family zone district.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. No
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Julie Ryan from City Councilor Frank Baker's office. We would also like to go on record in support of this proposal.
Madam Chair, I do have one hand raised by Eileen Smith. Eileen, are you here to speak in support or opposition for this project? Not. All right. I have no additional raised hands.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, Councilor to go on record in support.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to
Go ahead.
a motion to support with BPA design review.
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Calling the next case, calling VOA 112-9048, 1589 Columbus Avenue. This is a change of art from a dry cleaner to adult use retail cannabis store, interior alteration, exterior renovation. The building will remain the same size, no additions of any kind. The work being completed will be installation of new mechanical systems. The violation, Article 55, Section 19, cannabis establishment use is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, representing the project proponent, the KG Collective, its principals Michael Pyers and Marcus Johnson Smith. Madam Chair, this case was also heard on April 27 and approved by the board and is the companion to the batch of cases that you just heard in terms of the notice issue that occurred. We were advised by the board's administrative staff that the notice of our approval was sent to folks in South Boston, and correspondingly, apparently, the South Boston case notices were sent to folks in JP. So they renoticed the hearing for today. Nothing has changed with respect to the proposal as presented to the board on April 27.
Was it approved at that time with design review?
Yes, you approved it on April 27 in all material respects with design review for signage was the motion.
And to this applicant only?
I don't see that in my notes, but I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And the plans have not changed. So I should just go out and find out, is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition to this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lindsay Santana from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Two community meetings were held for this proposal on November 17th, 2020 and December 28th, 2020. The applicant has worked with multiple community groups, both from JP and Roxbury, to address concerns, and the concerns were regarding parking and traffic, but believe that the applicant has worked with the city and the community to address those concerns. The applicant has received the support of the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, so the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Justin McCleary from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would also like to go strongly on record in support.
Madam Chair, I have no additional raised hands.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review for signage.
And to this applicant only?
And to this applicant only.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Is anybody opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 103-9457, 1R Lorenzo Street. This is a combined parcels 274 and 2727, erect a 2.5-story, two-family dwelling with rear decks and 4 off-street parking spaces. Violation Article 65, Section 9, insufficient lot width. Article 65, Section 42, the conformity with existing building alignment. Article 65, Section 9, the number of allowed habitable stories has been exceeded. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, Attorney Joseph Feaster. My colleague Timothy Frazier is on the line as well. I'm from the law firm of McKenzie & Associates, 183 State Street, Suite 6, Boston, Massachusetts, 02109. I would ask that the ambassador unmute Timothy Johnson, who is the architect on this matter and who will be explaining the plans. Before we do that, I want to also note that both Shirley Bragle and Michael Bragle, owners of the property, are on as well. Madam Chair, this matter comes back before the board as board final arbiter, and I know we're standing between you and lunch. I hope to make this very, very quick. We came before the board on December 8th, and at that time, the board raised certain concerns with a previous design that was presented, and there was concern about the location of the parking and that there was a basement unit. Being responsive to both of those issues, the developer with their architect went back, redesigned the property, and submitted new plans, which eliminated the parking issue, and that will be addressed by Mr. Johnson, and as well as far as the basement unit. What also brought us back, because we were to come back on March 23rd, but asked for another deferral because we learned that as a result of the redesign, there was an additional violation, which was just read by Mr. Fortune, which was Article 65, Section 9, insufficient lot width. So with that, I would like for Mr. Johnson to speak to the board about the new design for this project.
Thank you, Attorney Feaster. Tim Johnson, architect, 599 East Broadway, South Boston. Madam Chair, members of the board, as Attorney Feaster mentioned, when we were before the board in December, the board had two issues. One, we had living area in the lower level bedrooms, and we also had parking on the parcel that faces Lorenzo Street, which became our de facto front yard as the two parcels were combined. We're now proposing a 3-story, 2-unit building with garage parking at the ground floor. There will be no living area on the ground floor at the garage level or below. We have 2 units above. These are 2-bedroom units at 950 square feet. We have rear decks for both units, which are serviced by a spiral, 5-foot diameter spiral stair. And lastly, we do have a roof deck, which is dedicated to the top unit, and it's accessed via a bulkhead and roof door.
Okay, how are the, I'm just taking my notes here. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good. No questions.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Julie Ryan from City Councilor Frank Baker's office. We would also like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I can mention, if this is the appropriate time, that there is a petition signed by 2 abutters to this project, a Sylvia Carter and a Lenny Jarek, a petition that's signed by them, and a letter in support by Ken Curley, the direct abutter at 1E Lorenzo Street. In the record.
Thank you. You just took away Mr. Fortune's job. That's his role here.
Well, I'll speak a little bit longer.
You can have it, Madam Chair, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. Been there, done that. Thank you.
I know.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, he'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Feaster, just a clarification. So there's two parking spaces in the garage, right? Or how
Yes.
many? Yes, 2. Okay.
That is correct.
Miss Ambassador, anybody else?
Madam Chair, while we're waiting, can I ask Mr. Feaster a question? Mr. Feaster, you suggested this was board final arbiter. What happened when you came before us last time?
I think it's just a deferral.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a rediscussion. It's not a board final arbiter.
Oh, I
Yeah.
misspoke. That is exactly what it was. It was deferred until the 23rd, and then we saw the deferral on the 23rd because it had to be re-advertised.
Okay, the second question is the roof deck. I couldn't quite see the drawings. It said bulkhead access. What, maybe it's for Mr. Johnson. How does that work?
Yes, one of the building sections will show sections for the bulkhead. Mr. Ehrlich, the bulkhead is no higher than 42 inches above the roof plate, and there is a roof door hatch which opens. But if you can scroll down there to the next few slides, they should have a section through. There we go. Next one, up. I'm sorry, the other way, please, Miss Ambassador. There we go. So there's a section through the bulkhead, Mr. Ehrlich.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Masser, are we all set?
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know if you can hear me. I had some connectivity issues. Can you hear me?
Okay.
guys? Okay, thank you.
So there's nobody else. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Second.
I'll second
All
that.
those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. If I can ask the board members to stay on for a little while, that would be fantastic.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Have a great day.
Motion,
Thank you.
meeting is adjourned.
August.